We've been informed by facilities that controls this venue that there should be no coffee allowed inside or any open cups. So I would humbly request that we don't drink coffee inside the chambers, and then we can drink the coffee outside in the drinking area or that side. Thank you. Did they take the coffee out? Your coffee there. It's not like we're gonna point people out and say, "I see your coffee and stuff."
There's a coffee there.
Okay. So what are we going to do? Recalling facilities. Mm-hmm.
So when you stand with this hello, goodbye, goodbye, you do that way, you know? Is it different?
I don't know if I have that one there and then.
Okay. Okanye ukuphathelele xa udlale kumake izimpapho because iyafana nezisipapho.
Why are you laughing?
No, I'm enjoying it. I'm enjoying the moment. But are you going to?
I'm not. I'm still because I'm trying to come in.
Yeah? No, okay, it's 2 minutes past 9, so I believe we can start so that we can be able to achieve our practical completion of 3:30. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, to our distinguished guests, colleagues, engineers, project managers, and joining online. My name is Lunga Matigwa. It is an honor and a privilege to stand in front of you today and to give you this event overview and be able to direct proceedings for the 2026 project and contract management forum. Our theme today is innovation maturity, and because one of the it's part of the theme, so I would say it means that we just discovering new ways to solve problems that we've solved 3 times already. It's a so this theme speaks directly to everyday work that we do. Excellence is our destination. Innovation is the vehicle that gets us there, and maturity is what keeps us on the road. When the projects becomes complex, the risk increase, and then the deadlines getting tougher. Now, bring project managers and contract managers together in one room. It's no small feat, but to have one within the city that performs all of those duties, it's perfection. Project managers, engineers want everything to be technically perfect. Project managers want everything to be delivered on time, and contract managers want everything to be documented, approved, and signed threefold. So if we can make it through today with all of us agreeing on the program and the lunch, I believe before lunchtime we would have achieved maturity. Let's be honest, maturity, it is an important topic in our profession. Not we are mature people, not saying we are immature, but it's all because we've reached a stage where we know that every quick fix becomes a full project, every small change becomes a variation order, and every 5 minutes meeting somehow lasts an hour. So today's forum, it's about exploring how we can harness innovation, strengthen organizational maturity, and drive excellence across the engineering project and contract management value chain. It is about learning from one another, challenging our thinking, and identifying practical ways to improve how we plan, deliver, and manage our projects for the benefit of the city and the community that we serve. We have a fun program ahead of us. It's going to be fun, interactive, and informative. So we will be honored to have our Deputy Mayor to officially open the program for us. And then we also have our keynote speaker, Mr. Brett Shokend. And then thereafter, we will move to our breakaway sessions. We will have a mentee and a quiz in between. Just remember, there's prizes that are going to be won, and just keep in mind, this weekend is a rugby day in Cape Town. So there might be prizes there. So please do participate in that quiz. In terms of our topics, excellence will be discussed here in the council chambers. So in our breakaway sessions, we'll discuss excellence here in the council chambers. Maturity will be discussed in the banqueting hall, and then innovation in meeting room 2. After the breakaway sessions, we'll convene here again for our product launch, which is the C3PM product launch below Cape Town. After that, we'll have an opportunity to network during the lunchtime hall, and then we'll convene back here in the council chambers after lunch for our PMO maturity recognition and also our EPCM Excellence Awards. Today is more than just a forum. It is an opportunity to connect with the colleagues, share experience, learn from the industry expert, collectively shape our future of engineering, project management, and contract management. So whether you are here to gain new insights, expand your professional network, discover innovative solution, or finally find out how some people manage to deliver projects on time within budget, you are exactly in the right place. Therefore, ladies and gentlemen, let's connect, inspire, innovate, mature, and achieve excellence together. In terms of our house rules, I believe we've mentioned the coffee already, that no open cups are allowed here inside the chambers. It's only water that must be closed, that must be in your possession. And then there is coffee out there, I believe, and then it's bottomless up until 11. So whenever in between, you can move and just grab a cup of coffee or tea. Registration is happening downstairs, and then once you're done registering, you'll be provided with a tag like this one. Bathrooms, I believe bathrooms are around there, so that if one is looking for a bathroom, you don't need to ask anyone, you can just move outside and then you'll see the signs as well. I believe there's also a YouTube link that has been shared with our colleagues, and then there's also an online hashtag, which is EPCM 2026. We can engage there if you want to engage online. There will be our quiz and the mentees I've mentioned already. It's a rugby weekend, so there might be prizes to be won. And then lunch will take place in the banqueting hall, which is on the fifth floor. It's just a floor below us. So during that time, we will convene to the banqueting hall. That's where we'll have lunch and our networking. And then within our venues, breakaway sessions, there will be MCs, because I was told that I can't be the one who's talking the whole day. Alternatively, I have to apply to chair the CFO collab so that I can talk all the time. So, ladies and gentlemen, without wasting time, and then to ensure that we achieve our practical completion of 3:30, so and then there's no variation in terms of time, which would lead us leaving late. We shall start with the program so that we can have an official opening before we can continue with today's proceedings. So, it is my honor to introduce a leader whose journey embodies resilience, determination, and the ability to turn setbacks into success. Many of us can imagine the heartbreak of crossing the finishing line of the Comrades Marathon in 12 hours, 1 minute, only to miss out on a medal because of the cut of time. In many ways, Alderman Eddie Andrews experienced a similar moment when a serious back injury ended his professional rugby career in 2007, just as he stood at the door of representing South Africa at the Rugby World Cup. Rather than allowing that setback to define him, he chose to redefine himself, drawing on the discipline of teamwork, perseverance that earned him 23 Springbok caps and a successful career within the Stormers. He shifted his focus towards community upliftment and service, including co-founding the Joshua Foundation. His commitment to making a difference ultimately led him into local government, where he steadily rose through the ranks to become a city councillor, and today serves as the deputy mayor. His story is a powerful reminder that while setbacks may change the destination, they do not determine the outcome. True excellence lies in the courage to adapt, innovate, and continue moving forward. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in giving me a warm engineering, project, and contract management forum welcome to our Deputy Mayor, Alderman Eddie Andrews.
When you started with the comrades remark, I thought, no, I never ran the comrades. My claim to fame is that I finished this year's Cape Town Marathon, and I ran all 42.2 kilometers of that sort of distance in aid of a very important plight for school shoes. So the campaign is called the Souls for Souls campaign, and we intend to raise funds for 42,200 pairs of school shoes. And I intentionally play on the potential donors' empathy, knowing that I'm not a natural road runner, and the trauma I have to endure for them to donate towards the campaign. And if there are any runners in the room today, 2 weeks ago, we had our very first meeting. We are starting a City of Cape Town running club, because those individuals who run the comrades, they want to run with a City of Cape Town t-shirt. And you're most welcome to join us as the founding members of the City of Cape Town's first running club. So, Comrades Marathon, so I was quite relieved. I thought, where are you reading this? It's not definitely something that I will ever consider. Though I mentioned last week or 2 weeks ago to my office that next year I'm turning 50, and I would like to run 50 kilometers. And I've got a little keen on running 50 kilometers. Please let me know. You can come and join us My birthday's on the 18th of March, and we will run 50 kilometers, starting from Mitchell's Plain and ending right here on the 6th floor, when we finish the 50 kilometers. But this morning, it's a pleasure to be with you, to welcome you, the Engineering Project and Contract Management Forum and Excellent Awards Ceremony. Our theme today is Excellence through Innovation and Maturity, Navigating Challenges, Driving Innovation, and Delivering Excellence. And so coincidentally today also marks the final monthly reporting session to the Mayor on key focus areas, namely safety, housing, clean water quality, and the ease of doing business. These engagements are designed to ensure that the city continues to achieve excellence through innovation and maturity by confronting those challenges head on, fostering innovative solutions, and consistently delivering outstanding results for our residents. It is a fitting theme because the work represented in this room goes to the heart of how we build and maintain a city that works for its people. And many of us have come to know that as a city of hope. The theme of my remarks is leading with purpose and delivering for our citizens. And I want to begin with something simple. Behind every project, every contract, every engineering decision, and every milestone, there is ultimately a citizen. There is a resident waiting for infrastructure to be completed, a family depending on reliable services, a business depending on a functioning city. And we know that they are coming to Cape Town in their droves. People may not always see the work behind delivery, but they live with the results. That is the responsibility we as a collective carry. Challenges are inevitable. Delivery is a choice. We all know that the work is not always easy. Projects face constraints. Budgets come under pressure. Timelines change. Procurement and contract management can be very, very, very complex. Circumstances outside of our control can disrupt even the best plans. But the challenges cannot become an excuse for inaction. Challenges are inevitable. I think many of you in the room know that. But delivery is a choice. We cannot always choose the circumstances in which we operate, but we can choose how we respond. We can choose to focus on what is possible. We can choose to take ownership. We can choose to identify solutions rather than simply identifying those problems. And we can choose to measure our success not by the obstacles we encountered, but by what we achieved despite those obstacles we've encountered. This is what professional responsibility requires. It requires action, it requires accountability, and it requires a solutions-focused mindset, particularly when the circumstances are uncomfortable or difficult. Our work must improve people's lives. For those of us working in engineering, project, and contract management, it is important that technical excellence remains connected to public value. Our citizens depend on us to provide resilient, sustainable, and quality infrastructure and services that improves people's lives. The public may see a completed road, a facility, a bridge, or another piece of infrastructure. They may never see the years of planning, the engineering assessments, the contract negotiations, the risk management, or the difficult decisions that made it possible. And that's a thought I often have when people respond to social media posts oh, we can see it's an election year. That's why you're finishing this road or you're building this big piece of infrastructure. And do you realize the feasibility assessment we had to undergo here? It's not just you wake up in an election year and you do all the projects. There's detailed planning and assessments that the public may not be aware of. But the public, what they do experience, they experience the outcome. They experience where the infrastructure works. They experience whether services are reliable. They experience whether their communities are safer, more accessible, but most importantly, if they are better connected. And that is why we must always ask ourselves, what difference will this make to the people we serve? Innovation and collaboration is key to respond to that. Cape Town is growing, as we know, and of course it's ever changing, and the challenges we face will continue to evolve. We therefore cannot rely on yesterday's solutions. Innovation and collaboration are essential to overcoming constraints and delivering better outcomes. Innovation does not always mean a new technology or a revolutionary idea. Sometimes it basically means improving a process. Sometimes it means sharing information earlier on. Sometimes it means bringing the right people to the table a lot sooner. And sometimes it means having the courage to say, there is a better way to do this. But innovation requires courage, collaboration, and most importantly, it requires trust. The challenges we manage do not fit neatly into organizational structures. A successful outcome may require engineering expertise, project management, contract management, finance, procurement, legal input, operations, and engagement with communities. Our structures are necessary, but they should never become barriers between people who share the same purpose. We must continue to work as one city with a shared responsibility for that desired outcome. This brings me to something that I think we've seen across the city in most of the departments: organizational maturity. Maturity is not simply about how long you've been doing something. It is about how we respond when things become difficult. It means staying focused on service delivery whilst also adapting to the changing environment. It means raising problems early, learning from experience, and being willing to do things differently. It means remaining professional under pressure, and it means maintaining excellence not only when conditions are favorable, but also when they are not. A mature organization does not pretend to not exist. It acknowledges them honestly and then gets on with the business to solve those challenges. That is the culture that we must continue. And so today, we recognize you. We recognize the people in the room and many others who may not be represented here today, because you are behind that delivery plan. Today is also about recognizing not just you, and not just those ones who are not represented in the room, but equally important, the ones who may never be recognized, who are part of your respective teams, an invaluable resource to ensure that when we launched the banner here on the second floor, just over 12 billion rand spent the previous financial year, those individuals we recognize who were not there, who were not standing there, who are not in your senior management meetings, but are important team members within your respective teams. Because we know contracts do not manage themselves. Systems do not exercise judgments, but people do. The colleague who catches a problem before it becomes a crisis, the engineer who insists on getting the detail right, the project manager who keeps a team focused under pressure, the contract manager who protects the integrity of the process, the person who shares their knowledge without being asked. These contributions may not always be visible, but they matter. And I want everyone in this room to know that your professionalism, your expertise, and your commitment is valued. And as leaders, we must notice not only when something goes wrong, we must also recognize consistency, we must recognize professionalism, and we must recognize quiet resilience. Because much of what makes an organization work is carried by the people who do not constantly draw attention to themselves. And so, colleagues, the work ahead will not become less complex. Public expectation will continue to rise, and the demands on our infrastructure and services will continue to grow. Our response must therefore be to become clearer about our purpose, more connected in how we work, more courageous in how we innovate, and more disciplined in how we deliver. Many of the people who benefit from what we deliver will never know your name. They will never know your surname. They will never see the contribution that you've made behind the scenes. They never know the challenges that you had to face and the approaches that you had to consider in order to achieve the outcome that's in the public good. But they will live with the results that you played a big part of. That is the legacy of public service. It is often built quietly, but it matters profoundly. So as we open today's Forum and Excellence Awards, I want to leave you with 3 commitments. 1, lead with purpose. Keep the citizen at the center of our decisions and remember why we do this work. 2, innovate with courage. Challenge assumptions. Are we measuring the right things? Are our assumptions correct? Does it respond to this particular context? Is it a one-size-fits-all? Is it organizational culture that's unhealthy to achieve those particular outcomes? Because we need to have ourselves in our abilities in order to find better solutions and deliver with integrity. Take ownership, be accountable, maintain our professional standards, and do the right thing even when it's difficult. Because ultimately, leadership is not about having all the answers. It's about creating the conditions in which good people can do good work, solve difficult problems, and deliver meaningful outcomes. We have a shared responsibility to our organization, to our city, and most importantly, a shared responsibility to the communities that we serve. Let us continue to support each other. Let us continue to challenge ourselves. Let us continue to innovate. And above all, let us continue to deliver. And if you forget all of what I said here this morning, may you leave here with a reminder of those 3 points. Lead with purpose, innovate with courage, deliver with integrity. And if all of our 34,000 Team Cape Town members do that and put shoulder to the wheel, that city of hope that we speak about often behind podiums and every month here at our council meeting, every single one of our 5 million residents will say, yes, I know what you're talking about. I experienced that city of hope because of what each one of you have done in front of the scenes and behind the scenes with confidence and quiet resilience. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Deputy Mayor. Actually, when we were preparing for this, I was told I mustn't make any jokes, especially that would involve you. Because I was told that I might get a high tackle out of nowhere, and then when I thought of you, because I've never seen you before, or might have, and then I thought of someone who is the size of Ian. But I believe all of our colleagues have accepted your challenge. And I also share the same sentiments with you when we say we must focus on what is possible. Because once we start focusing on the impossible, we might not achieve the results. And we must also know the purpose why we work for the city. Our main purpose is also to improve people's lives that are within the city of Cape Town. And in order to do that, we do need to innovate and collaborate, work as one city, help each other improve at all times, and protect the integrity of our organization. So we accept that challenge as a collective here. So I'm speaking on behalf of everyone. So, ladies and gentlemen, because we've been officially welcomed, so we'll take this moment so that you can also be involved and be part of the program. So we will do our first quiz. Like I said, we must remember that the rugby is playing this weekend, so there is prizes. So you might get one up. So just please do participate. So I would like to welcome Mish to come and do our first quiz for the day.
Thank you, Lunga. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for that detailed introduction, Lunga. It was much appreciated. So I'm just setting up the Menti, but to give you some context, I was tasked with making sure that everybody here is comfortable and relaxed. It's a bit of a difficult week, especially if you are a Springbok supporter. What makes it worse is if, like me, you're also a Manchester United supporter. It's a really bad week, but nothing lifts the spirits better than a good Mentimeter. So what Mentimeter or Menti is, for those of you who are not familiar, it's an online interactive platform in a lot of our C3PM engineering project and contract management training, which is also CPD accredited, available on LSO, please book. So you would be familiar with it. What I need you to do is log on to, or go to www.menti.com, punch in the QR code 25741404, or you can just scan the QR code on the screen. I'm going to wait until we hit 100 attendees or logins. And just in this time, because this is the worst part of the Menti, it's that awkward period where you're waiting for people to join, and then I have to fill that time. So I just want to address something. It's this thing that you guys do where you call me Mr. Menti. Menti is not my job, okay? I'm not head of Menti services at the City of Cape Town. It's just one of the things I do. I've actually head up a team in the city, C3PM, PMO. It's a very important team. So I'm not just Menti, you know, I've got a lot more to offer. Then some context as to how I ended up here. I pitched the idea of Lunga being today's MC. to him. And one of the conditions, if you attend our training, you'll know there's a competence element called negotiation. And one of the trade-offs was that I would do the icebreaker at the EPCM if he would be the MC. So I just want to confirm, Lunga, wherever you are you still comfortable with me doing the icebreaker? Oh, you're behind me. Okay. Okay, so you said yes. So let's go to the first question. What are your first impressions of our MC, Lunga Madikwa? So your options are, I know Lunga is amazing. I don't know Lunga, but he seems amazing. Or just Lunga is amazing. So we've of the 234 people, it's climbing, and I can confirm that everyone thinks you're amazing, Lunga, so you're doing a great job. Okay, let's get serious. At the City of Cape Town, there is nothing more serious than Lunga's profile picture on MS Teams. Okay. So I have a couple of theories as to why he looks so serious on his MS Teams profile. The photo was taken on a Monday. Number 2, he's just ready for action. Number 3, it's obvious that's Blue Steel. If you know Zoolander, you Number 4, it's his reaction to one of my jokes. I've seen that face before. It might be right behind me at this point in time, but it looks like it's neck and neck. But I'm going to call it's Blue Steel. Okay, so Lunga, not everything is about you. There's one particular slide that we often use when we do these icebreakers, and it's about you. So how are you feeling today on a scale of Nicholas to Cage? I've added one image. You get to pin. So you drop a pin on whichever face or however you are feeling. So the options are happy, carefree, relaxed, and so on. And it looks like most of you, if not all of you, are feeling amazing. Lunga, I know which one you're picking. Or would you like to, which one would you choose? Okay, he's saying angry now. Okay, so next question. Lunga mentioned the quiz. This is just one question. Okay. During lunch, Lunga mentioned that. This quiz is a one-question quiz. We have a big game coming up this weekend. It's the fastest correct answer will get the most points. I must emphasize, you've heard this one before. You will get 0 points for a very quick answer. Okay, so accuracy first and then speed. So the question is coming up now. We've got 180, almost 200 players ready to go. This is going to break the system, it looks like. There's a staff newsletter coming through. So the question is, where will the second test of rugby's greatest rivalry be played? Is it at Old Trafford, at Eden Park, DHL Stadium, or Wembley? And that's Wembley Stadium, not Wembley Roadhouse, for those of you. Because I know there's a lot of engineers here, they'll say technically there are screens at Wembley Roadhouse, so you can, well, no, it's not like that. Okay, so 217 of you took this seriously, and the rest of you are just messing around. I like it. So let's check the results. And the fastest correct answer is Watson, whoever that is. But that's it from me, guys. Thank you very much. I'll hand you back to the amazing Lunga. Over to you. Watson, make that enough.
Thank you, Mish. I think everyone who participated in the quiz actually deserve a prize. So then I think Watson, we should just give him 2 tickets instead of 1, and then we give everyone tickets. So Watson would have won 1 ticket to watch the Springboks versus New Zealand at the DHL Stadium at his home, in his couch, at his own comfort. But now we've decided to ensure that everyone gets that prize. So congratulations, everyone who participated in the quiz. There will be another quiz at lunch, but on this one, it's not a virtual ticket. It is an actual prize. So I believe it should be handed over at the banqueting hall. So please do participate on that one. So, ladies and gentlemen, moving on with our program for today. So we will move to our keynote speaker. And then it is a man who's possessed, in a positive way, by the challenge of helping people and organizations thrive. Brett Shockend is the CEO of Still Human, a globally recognized behavioral specialist, high-performance coach, entrepreneur, author, and TEDx speaker. Since 2005, he has helped leaders and organizations around the world build high-performing, human-centered culture that drive sustainable success. Recognized as one of the top 30 global gurus for 2026 in organizational culture. Brett has founded and led more than 20 businesses across diverse industries. He has delivered keynote talks across 5 continents, speaking on leadership, innovation, organizational culture, employee experience, strategy, and serves on the faculty of both Gibbs Business School and Duke Corporate Education. Now, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and join me welcome Brett Shockend as he takes the stage to address them.
Thank you, Lunga. Morning, everybody. So I want to start off with a question. Anybody here not know the relationship between these two? This I should have done this on slide. Mr. Trick there. Anyone not know? And it's a serious question. I know you're laughing and smiling, but I need to know because this is a danger zone. If you don't know, it could be a danger zone if you do know. And who's going to tell me? Who's going to tell me they don't know? Come on. Okay. So the reason I'm asking the question, any idea why I'm asking this question? And obviously, just for those of you who are not putting your hands up, recently I was in London and I had an audience member who said, but surely it's obvious. Surely you write on the label with a pencil. I had no comeback because it made perfect sense. Those of us who know it was the winding of the cassette, Sunday afternoon, you're sitting at home and you've got, this was the actual, depending on the radio you had or the recorder, it was either that, play and record, or those awkward ones, it was play and record. And you were sitting there because you were making mixtapes for your loved one. I see people making eyebrows at me. Okay, technology has moved on. So, yeah, mixtapes. And then you'd get the song, and then what would happen? That DJ would speak. And now you don't know when that song's going to play again, and he would ruin the mixtape. But this was your strategy. This was your game plan for your loved one. And you were like 9. So, but the thing is that the world has changed. The world has changed significantly, and we need to be changing with it. I prefer a narrative around we need to be growing with it. And growth is a critical part of everything that all of us are doing every single day without necessarily realizing it. In fact, without necessarily inviting it. So what does this actually mean for us? Now, I've got a bunch of stuff I'm going to share with you today, but it starts off with, very importantly, there are discussions that you need to be having, that we need to be having. The things we've got to be talking about. Part of the reason we come here. There are very importantly decisions that you need to be making. I was listening as Alderman Andrews was speaking. So much of what you each contribute every single day is based on meaningful conversation, is based on critical decision. That's what the citizens experience. And then there are new things that you need to be trying. Innovation, the theme that came up. And often innovation is misunderstood. But innovation doesn't happen without the trust that was described. And I'm going to touch on that just now because that is critical. Trust is an easy thing to talk about, not such an easy thing to create, unless you know how. And there are changes that you need to be effecting. Alderman Andrews also spoke about culture. And it's really important to understand that every single one of you is part of a culture, of an organizational culture, of broader cultures. And the culture is as simple as what's consistent and what's observable. It's what every single one of you experiences every single day, consistently, and what you notice. That is the culture. And ultimately, for me, I talk about humaning. My whole world is about humaning, the way we do things around here. Or, if you're trying to do what you're all trying to achieve, the way we do things awesomely around here. And that's the culture that you're all part of, that you're all creating consistently. Now, again, that sounds interesting. It's not simple, but ultimately it's all about experience. It's all about experience. Experience is the thing that you are all having that creates what happens out there. Experience determines behavior. You all wake up every single day into an experience. It determines how you behave because you are reacting and responding to it, and that determines the outcomes. That is, again, humaning. The humaning is the experience and the behavior that follows. But there's something really important that happens inside that, and that is emotion. Now, not easy to wake up in the morning and think about the fact that everything you do ultimately is creating an emotional reaction for yourself and the people around you. Oh, it's got to be easier than that. Well, it would be easy if we didn't feel, also wouldn't be really cool. And that's what makes this so fascinating, is the fact that we feel, and everyone beyond us feels. Makes our lives more complicated as well. So, in my work, we did an extensive research exercise, research and observation, to understand what do the great organizations around the world, and you're an organization, everything that is creating operating outcomes and functionality is an organization, measured differently. What do the great organizations around the world obsess about in terms of the things that create the quality of the experience people have? We started off by doing an anecdotal exercise, and we had a look across thousands of people. But first we went to Google, and we said, what is Google? This prompt in, my job makes me. What are people most searching? What would you say if you punch, don't do it now, let's not cheat this one. What would you say people are most searching under my job makes me? What are they feeling? What are they expressing? Any ideas? Makes me tired. What else? Angry. Okay, what else? Anxious. Oh yeah, I'm sensing a bit of a trend here. We're going in interesting. But you're not wrong. You're not wrong. This is what Google suggests people are searching. Miserable, depressed and anxious, cry, sick to my stomach, suicidal, feel worthless, angry, feel dead inside. This is unfortunate. Oh, and my job makes me drink. This is Google, folks. This is you, human beings, into Google. The problem here is, oh, we're at the off-site and it's an open bar, or the bottomless coffee till 11 o'clock. It's not the cool off-site makes me. This is vodka with my Cocoa Pops for breakfast kind of drinking situations. This is, hold on, I'll have a second plate of that. I've got to go to work now. The situation that we would like to see is this. This is the exact flip side of that. Excited, exhilarated, and secure. Smile, feel positive, purposeful, feel valued. Content, happy, choosing health. Granola over vodka and Cocoa Pops. Now, for those of you who lead people, What do you think? I see people slouching down in their chairs. It's like, okay, did my people participate in this? Do we need to do a Slido? It's a great technique. It looks much the same. Oh, and also my boss makes me drink. So this leaves us with this really dramatic situation, this question on the tip of our tongues. What's the future? What did you... I see where... I see. And the future looks like all of these things that are coming at us at a rate of knots, at 1,000,000 miles an hour. We're experiencing real time. But as you all know, I had WTF up on the screen because it really is all about what are they feeling? Or at 12:30, it's going to be where's the food? And why this matters is because regardless of technology or the speed of innovation, people are still people and the rules of humanity still apply. People are still people and the rules of humanity still apply. That's for you internally as a team, creating experience out there for your citizens, for your customers. So what are your rules of humanity? What are the things that take you to excellence? The things that are going to create the conditions for innovation, for a maturity at the levels of which is desirable and required to manage this complex environment in which the responsibility is yours. I was watching or listening to a podcast recently. Simon Sinek. I hope you do. He's a very intelligent thought leader. And he said 100% of employees are people, 100% of customers are people, and 100% of investors are people. So, if you don't understand people, you don't understand business. Your business is people, inside and out. What do you do to understand the people? But I take it a step further. I say if you don't care about people, you don't care about business. You're about care. Ultimately, it's about care. So, how do we do this? Because it's great to put fancy pictures on the screen and go, rah, 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 this is what has to happen. But we got to get organized. We need to have ways, directions we need to be moving in. And so for me, the first thing is we got to get mindset. And this is, I'm an ex-architect, so when I hear you talking about the various nuances around project and engineers and the moving parts and the relationships, I get it. But if you understand anything about furniture design, the earliest chair that man designed was called the three-legged stool, because it was a three-legged stool. And the thing with the three-legged stool is if you cut one of the legs off, you're on your backside. It needed all three legs. Four-legged stool, you can still cut one off and you're okay with three. So this is human, and I'm going to build on this. The first one is mindset. Everything starts with how you think. Everything starts with the mindset that you have towards something. Because if the mindset is wrong, the method that follows, your systems, tools, processes are going to be wrong. And they're going to cause pain. So we've got to, that's the lens we have on certain things. If we get the method right, the tools, systems, processes, we then need to build the muscle. And the muscle is the skill to act into the method in support of the mindset. That is a three-legged stool that operates everything in your lives, personally and professionally. How are you thinking? What are the systems, tools, and processes or method? And what is the skill that you need to then develop to be able to act into the method in support of the mindset? I hope you start to reflect on where that might be affecting positively or not so positively your daily experience. Because remember, experience creates behavior, creates outcomes. How you make other people feel is a skill. The skill of better humaning. Those little moments where we need to catch ourselves, where we're not necessarily in the best delivery of the skill. Mindset, method, and muscle. So where that research exercise around that Google started to inform us went was the production of my first book. And I say first because I'm agonizingly grinding through the second one. But the essence was inspired by a colleague of ours at Singularity University, Pascal Fenet, who said that humans are not, they're the source of everything that a company does. And so we are still human, because that was my message to the world, was born. And there's a really interesting little catchphrase on the front cover that gets people's attentions: how to build relevant businesses and exceptional work experiences for human beings in a world that has gone digital crazy. Now that's the world we're in. And people say to me, Brad, that's a great response to COVID. This must have all happened after COVID, and you guys are right in the eye of the storm, and it's perfect positioning. The frightening and possibly great is that this was not a post-COVID response. COVID happened we went into lockdown March of 2019. Started happening in the early stages of that year, 2020. We discovered COVID in the world in 2019 in December. Depending on what you believe, somebody was nibbling on a bat in Wuhan. But this book hit the shelves in December 2018, a year before COVID happened. Now, why I'm emphasizing that is because this is the direction humanity was going in anyway. We were moving in a digital direction, disconnected direction. We were moving in a direction where we were actually starting to forget who we are. We were starting to forget to care. COVID came along to clap us back into awareness, and suddenly humanity became this big theme. But it's much bigger than putting it on posters and on websites. It's got to actually be delivered. And where we all operate every single day, waking up in the morning to spend the bulk of our lives with the people around us. Work shouldn't suck. That's my obsession. Should be yours. You take home what you do during the day with you at night. You carry it on you emotionally. So do the people around you. So do the people around you. So how are you sending each other home? Because that energy will ripple into your citizens. So if we make this more practical, because ultimately you might be sitting there thinking, so what do I do with this now? The questions that you need to be asking are the people that you lead and or work with. Because this is not just for leaders. Often people go, oh, that's a leadership problem. Well, let the leaders sort that out. It's not. It's for every single person who has a colleague around them. Are the people you lead and on and grown, switched on, infused, energized, wanting to give their best discretionary efforts, caring and grown, constantly getting better? Or are they being switched off and depleted, switched off, shut down, demotivated, uninspired, not wanting to give their best discretionary effort, and depleted is A players, B players, joining, spending time around you, and becoming C, D, and E players? And the problem and opportunity is that this is not a static dynamic. This is a moving dynamic. The whole time we're moving between switching people on and growing them and switching them off and depleting them. The question you've got to be asking yourself is, with what frequency are you moving in your behavior, in which direction, and with what intensity? And it's the small things often that are chipping away, chipping away, chipping away. Now, I'm going to give you the clues, more than clues, on what you do with this awareness. Something else that's come through in our research recently is something quite scary. It's people saying to me, Brad, we are switched on, but we're being depleted. We are switched on, but we're being depleted. That sent us down another what's causing this. Any ideas? What might be causing that people are switched on, but depleted? Expectation. Yeah, definitely. Thank you. Expectation's a big one. What else? Any ideas? Shout it out. I'll tell you the most important one that's coming through. The loudest in our information at the moment is non-performers not being properly led. Underperformers having their workload removed off their tables and put on the tables of the safe pairs of hands. Because those are your switch. Now they're being depleted. Firstly, in terms of workload, and secondly, in terms of their attitude, because they're watching the people that are not performing, not being properly dealt with. And now I have to carry their load. That's what's causing depletion. So I'm putting that out here as just a little red flag because it's something that is causing a significant amount of concern, lack of innovation, lack of excellence in the clients that we're working with. So, food for thought. Because you've got to consider, what is the impact of this on performance and culture? Alderman Andrews mentioned culture being critical. You have to have champions being champions. Because culture is happening always, either in spite of you or because of you. And if it is because of you, make sure it's positive and constructive. Okay, so let's get practical. Let's get in fast through this. I will share these visuals as well for distribution afterwards so that you can work with them. Everybody arrives in the morning with potential. The question is, do we take it up or do we take it down? Every single person arrives with potential. And so we talk about ROI. Everyone can know what ROI is? I'm seeing, yeah, return on investment. That's the general perception. Return on investment. I view ROI differently. Every to add value. So ROI is return on individual. It's the quality of the humaning that you bring. Every single one of you have got a bucket of value to add. So do the people around you. How are we accessing, meaningfully accessing that value? So, where that research exercise went was we coined a phrase, CBAs. The CBA is a company behaving awesomely, and a company behaving awesomely is one to which the best people want to come. That's how you're going to continue to sustain a great city, is you have great people coming and joining you here. Not all of the Joe Burgers making the migration, I mean here, in your business. And then they choose to stay. And while they're working here, they shoot the lights out. And there we go. It creates exceptional business outputs and kick-ass innovation. It's the quality of the people around you and how you access each other. And people are proud to say they work there. That's what this is all about, that you are proud to say you work here. And this applies whether a business is one person big, it's a culture, whether it's 1,000 people big, whether it's 100,000 people big. This applies. The same principle applies. So that research exercise, we went interviewing, observing thousands of people around the world. This was the size of the exercise. Initially, this was for writing the book, 130 organizations of all sizes, 502 leaders, 3,285 employees that were interviewed, that were observed, that were videoed, to understand, and this is the important thing, we were looking for 5 human experience touch points that created the people are switched on and grown. What are the 5 things that great organizations to work at invest in and obsess about getting right in the quality of the experience? 5, as we journeyed, became 7 because we were discovering more, and 7 became 12. And these are what we call the 12 essentials of a company behaving awesomely, or an organization behaving awesomely. And these 12 essentials became a working model. You're all experiencing every single one of these 12 every single day. You're engaging and delivering into them every single day. And the quality with which you are delivering is determining the quality of the experience that you and the people around you are having. Your potential for excellence, your conditions for innovation, for maturity. Now that salmon line that you can see around these 12 cells is what we call the container of trust. When you elevate the quality of experience of each of these touch points to the highest quality possible, as sustainably as possible, you now achieve what we call the container of trust, where people are safe to be themselves, to express, to innovate, and they feel like they have each other's backs. And when you get that right and you maintain that, you now have a CBA. And that needs to be the objective. Now, what became interesting is I don't like just headlines. No one can do anything with single words. So we went a step further and we created definitions that get incorporated into culture. They get incorporated into how you measure performance. So you can actually have common language, because it's the common language that creates the connection, that you can understand what these humans. Then we discovered that many organizations decide, okay, you know what, this year we're investing in people. So we're going to go down the business schools, we're going to get those fancy still human guys in, and we're going to deliver the mindsets, methods, and muscles of our people. And then next year, oh, you know what, we need some systems and processes. Let's get some fancy technology and let's get the systems going. Let's employ AI. And then the next year, well, you know what, people need recognition. They need some celebration. So let's have some trophies. Let's have some awards. Very important, of course. And then the next year they say, you know what, we need fancy offices. We need a great workspace. So we go off and buy furniture and foosball machine and popcorn machines, and now we got a great culture. What our learning was all the time, this was the real takeaway. They're all affecting each other. And that's what you wake up in the morning to come and create, is the intersections between all of those human experience touch points. Because all of that is what's creating the human and employee experience, determining whether people are being switched on and grown or switched off and depleted. It is all about experience, and we are creating it constantly. So we've got to become experts in the intersections between those experience touch points. You're doing it anyway. You're doing it all day long. What is your level of intentionality? That's the question you've got to start to ask yourself. That's also what you need to assess, is what's going on inside. There are no neutral moments. Every single moment matters. Learn to think in moments. So, that was the base setup. Now I'm going to move fast through what you do with this, because the first point was that human experience matters a lot. And the provocation is, are you making it matter? Are you going about your day kind of unconsciously just surviving, getting things done? Because that's how it largely is. Or are you actually aware of what's going on around you and the quality of the experience that you are creating for each other, and what the impact of that is on culture and performance? There is another ROI. The other ROI that I am very, very interested in is the risk of ignorance. Because I've asked you a few questions this morning, and you may not actually know. It's very possible that you don't know. And it's even more possible that you might think you're smarter than you need to be. Because the greatest enemy of knowledge, I love this quote, is not ignorance, but the illusion of knowledge. We often think we know. And it's the second we think we know that we miss the things we need to know. We can never stop being curious. So I'm going to introduce you to Ralph. Anyone's name Ralph, by the way, on their IDs? I've had it happen. You'll see why I'm checking. Okay, so Ralph is a character that we met on our research journey. We were at an innovation conference. And this guy comes to us in the tea break, and he says, none of this is relevant. And he just was literally poo-pooing everything that was being said. Remember, innovation conference. And so I said to him, dude, open up your mind. Like, just be a bit flexible here. And he carried on with this attitude. And we got into the car, and we being my business partner, Andy and I, and she said to me when we got back to the office, wow, how was that guy? So shut down, so narrow-minded. And I said to you know what, we're probably going to encounter a lot of Ralphs on our journey and on our travels. So we did the mature thing, and we memed him. And this is what Ralph looked like. He had one of those, we all know those sour, like there's never a smile. The face will crack. There's always that like very negative And Ralph stands for refusing to allow learning and progress to happen. RALPH. You all know a Ralph. You all know a few Ralphs. In fact, today, some of you might already have been Ralph. No, don't point at each other. I saw some people looking across the room. Those looks are felt. So, however, I am provoking you to stop and pause and think about what are some of the ways in which you might be being Ralph, and you might be getting in the way of learning and progress. Now, you might be thinking, nah, that's not me, I can't think of anything. Let me help you along and share a couple. If you refuse to hear new ideas or suggestions, hello, Ralph. Pause there for a second, take it in. What about if you're avoiding holding people accountable? Just sweep things under the rug. It's easier that way. Well, that's Ralphish behavior, because there can be no learning, no progress. If we're not holding people accountable, there's no growth. Also, what you foster is watch my back culture because people are, so it's going to pop out somewhere and someone's getting it in the back. That's not healthy. There's no trust there. Okay, what about the short fuses in the room? Getting angry, screaming, shouting when things aren't done your way? No learning and progress there, Ralph. And I know things are stressful. No one signed a contract that said it's okay for you to abuse me when you are under pressure. Just putting it out there. That's my job. Don't shoot the messenger. Don't shout at the messenger. What about this one? I'll do it myself. No one else can do it as well as I can. I know there are a whole bunch of you in the room who are guilty of this. We should do like one of those meetings. Hi, my name is Brad, and I believe I can do it better than everybody else, and I'm here for some assistance. So, folks, this is the biggest one because that's the way we've always done things around here. That's the problem child, or because the way I've always done things around here. We need to wrap our heads around doing things a little bit differently. As I said, the world has changed. We need to grow. If you're struggling, just take time. It is okay to change your mind. It is your mind after all. It's okay to change your mind. Being stuck in being right about the things that you've always been right about, it's also not fun for the people around you, here or at home. Oh, that's another talk. Okay. So, the point I'm making here is don't be Ralph. I'm not saying it's easy, but I am absolutely saying that it's worth it. And again, I'm going to remind you of what I opened up with, because that slide alone, those 4 questions alone, are filled with provocation where you might be being Ralph. And we want to start to consider how we set each other up for success, how we handle conflict, how we hold each other accountable, and ultimately, how we show up in leadership collaboration. Because this is about creating less hard moments. That's on us. Now, my last point, I want to talk about high performance, because there's a theme here of excellence. And this is the essence of high performance. It shouldn't be moments in time. High performance should be habitual. It should be a habit like any other. With time, it becomes as natural as brushing your teeth. Great book worth reading. Lessons from the best on becoming your best. And people often say to me, okay, so Brad, what is this performance thing? And its potential converted either up or down, that ultimately is performance. And they say, okay, so again, what does that mean? So we did a deeper research exercise. And again, the reason we do this research and the reason we create these models and frameworks is because otherwise these things just exist as words. If you don't have something that you can do with it, that you can apply with it, they just remain words and concepts. So, with the thousands of people that we work with, we explored performance. And we identified that performance is a factor of willingness. That's attitude. Person's willingness, their capability, everything that sets them up to be high performing or to perform, and their authorization. This was the one that surprised us. We were amazed at how many people don't know how great they're allowed to be. We've got a limiting, like a ceiling of, I can only go this far. That's as good as I can be. That's as good as I'm told I can be. That's as good as my role, my boss says I can be, or the client. No, authorization. We need to be bigger. And it's as simple as bringing it back to what I've already shared with you. We already know these are the experience touch points. These are the things that are impacting people's willingness, their capability, and their authorization. So, you've got to ask yourself, which 3 essentials would most impact a person's willingness to perform? Any ideas? What do you think would most impact a person's willingness to perform? Shout them out. There's no right or wrong here, folks. Which one? Ways of working, for sure. What else? Thank you. What else? Yes, for sure. What else? Recognition, for sure. Folks, there's no right or wrong. It can be any of them. Because in any situation, there are different things affecting a person's attitude. So, here's how you use it. And as I said, I will distribute these tools. how you use it is, while all 12 essentials matter all the time, you can't focus on all of them obsessively. So we say focus on 3. In any situation, have a look at which 3 do you believe are most creating that situation and would most meaningfully shift it in terms of a person's willingness. In this scenario, it's gas, stoke, and recognition. It could also be gas, innovation, intention, shared purpose, or completely differently, ways of working, people, push, and recognition. The same thing applies to capability. Which essentials are affecting a person's capability? If you want to run a business, a delivery business, and you call yourself Speedy Deliveries, but you give your drivers bicycles, you have a problem. They can be the best cyclists in the world. The guys with the cars and the motorbikes are going to be speedier. You're limiting their capability. It's not only about skill, it's about everything. And then authorization. What do you think would most impact a person's authorization? Any ideas? Take a flyer, folks. You're authorized. Ownership and accountability, for sure. Ownership and accountability. Same principle applies. Find 3. And then the question comes, with that in mind, what is high performance? And high performance, very simply, is willingness times capability times authorization multiplied by percentage leadership intentionality. If you are leading people, their willingness, capability, and authorization can be high. But if you show up with low intentionality, you will pull their performance down. So this is mindset, method, and muscle. This is a system for high performance. Also, here's a very important takeaway. Your own willingness, capability, and authorization is affected the same way. So which 3 essentials might currently most be impacting your willingness, your capability, and your authorization? It's an inside-out lens. So, high performance is intentional. How willing, capable, and authorized do your people feel? And then, to close this out, how do we lead it? Now, we have a very complicated leadership framework. I don't have time to cover it now, but the point I want to amplify and protect is the point about amplification and protection. Alderman Andrew spoke about culture, and the values are shared. People know what they are. What are the behaviors that might be being tolerated that are breaking the intention of an organization and even a city? What values do you talk about? What behaviors do you then allow people to demonstrate? And what should you not be tolerating? Because we've spoken about experience. The experience gets broken when we are not clear on our non-negotiables. So you've got to have a look at, have you been clear on them? Do you need to revisit them? Do you need to call each other out on those? Otherwise, you're living what we call the values lie. And the question becomes, what is the value on that, the impact of this on performance and culture? Because culture is nothing more, nothing less than the behavior of leaders. And you are all first and foremost leaders of yourselves. So this is all about incorruptible leadership at every level, both of others and of ourselves. It is all about incorruptible leadership. And what behaviors are you tolerating that you should not be? So what I've given you there are four critical indicators and 4 critical ways of engaging with each other in the pursuit of a higher quality human experience that is ultimately what creates how you operate with each other. It is about systemizing behavior. There's another book recommendation, Atomic Habits by James Clear. I love this quote. He says, "You do not rise to the level of your goals. You fall to the level of your systems." You can have all the best aspirations in the world. If we are not systemizing the way we are with each other, it's very difficult. Now, what I've shared with you is part of a much bigger framework. I can only cover small portions of this in a keynote of this nature, but there are so many touch points. I've given you ones that I believe are important for what you're trying to achieve together in order that you can create the conditions for success. It's a way of thinking ultimately about people that facilitates better decision making, because businesses don't do business with businesses. People do business with people. Whether it is leader to employee, employee to employee, or employee to customer. People doing business with people. And as I keep emphasizing, ultimately, this is about creating less hard moments. We have lots of them to make life easier for each other. Now, people often say to me, Brad, this sounds like a lot for us to go and do. It's about breaking it down. Most of you, I'm sure, will have had a wasabi meal with your best friend at some point, your first wasabi meal, and your buddy said to you, have some of the avocado. And you had a dollop of the avocado, and you cried out of places you didn't know you had places. But the thing with wasabi is a tiny dab difference to the quality of the experience. There are wasabi moments all over your days. Yes, there might be some big stuff that you need to attend to. Start with the wasabi. It makes a huge difference. Huge difference. Now, again, you might be pondering, what does this mean for me? There might be things that might get in the way. How will you navigate those? Don't be Ralph. Think your way through this. You'll also notice, I've not mentioned technology once. I love technology. I love AI. I love the tools. But tech is going to keep on changing. Tech is just a tool. Tech is critical. But the thing that matters to me more is the way we human alongside tech. And as I said, how we make each other feel and how we human with each other is a skill. Tech is just a tool. And a fool with a tool is still a fool. Your company culture is not the words on your website or posters on the wall. It's also not how people feel on. Have been saying, oh, it's all about how we feel on Sunday nights. No, your company culture is how you and everybody around you feels every single night. So take care of yourself. Take care of each other. Be intentional. Thank you. Certainly take questions if there are any. If there's time. Is there time? 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Any questions, folks? Question is, does the word job angle the question that we posed to Google at the beginning? It does if your job sucks. So, because I'm very pleased to share. Obviously, I work with people in organizations, leaders, through the business, levels of business, every single day. And it's a definite problem that work has become a really stressful place and a dangerous place emotionally. But there are still thousands of people who, when we've done this exercise with them, also share the positive. So thank goodness. But again, it's all about the experience you're having, for sure. Yeah, thank you. What else, folks? What are you curious about?
I have a question, Brad. Where does or how does work-life balance fit into this framework? Can you explain that?
It's a great question. Where does work-life balance fit into this? And it's actually the thing that I did. If you want to Google Brad Shawkin TEDx, you can see I did a TED talk on that because I put myself in hospital twice. Me, the boss of me, worked myself that hard that I lost my way and landed up in hospital because of a complete imbalance. When we are creating a healthier conditions for success, those 12 experience touch points, just by elevating the quality of experience there, we're already reducing stress levels. If you look at things like meaningful communication, knowledge flow, ownership and accountability, where the quality of performance is increased, stress is reduced enormously. That's the first really important part of work-life balance, is less stress. That we are in a stress pandemic right now. The second part is when the point the switched off and depleted is, again, when we start to understand ownership and accountability, we start to understand creating the conditions for success in terms of balance of teams, balance of distribution of work, effective communication, for knowledge flow. All of those touch points are designed to manage workflows. The thing that causes people to be out of balance in terms of work and life is we're not managing our workload. That's the first thing. So we're having to work weekends, work nights. And again, I'm all for dedication, but at the same time, I'm not for people losing their families and not having time with their kids and losing their marriages or not getting their exercise in and becoming unhealthier, because that's when work-life balance is now broken. So we've got to, as leaders and as colleagues, be identifying the experience touch points that can create that we're keeping each other all physically, mentally, and emotionally safe. That's what the experience touch points are designed to do. If you are finding that you are working excessive hours, there's a systemic problem. If as a leader you are requesting and requiring your teams to be going above and beyond excessively, I'm all for going the extra mile. I didn't get to places I got to by not. But there is a point at which it becomes abuse. That's the work-life imbalance, where it becomes abusive and beyond the contract. There's a contract, folks. We have to look at what that means. Now, that may make some people uncomfortable because some people might be not knowing how to navigate and say and push back. That's a separate conversation that I could never give you the guidance on that here. But it is about having the courage to push back and go, I can't do this anymore. I'm not bailing, I'm asking for help. That's another critical part of work-life balance, is saying it's too much. We've broken somewhere along the line, the system's not working. Thank you. Is that it? Is there one more? Cool. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you very much, Brad. Ladies and gentlemen, can we give another round of applause for Brad, please? Oh, you're still here. I wish I listened to you before I agreed to stand in front of everyone today. Because I would say maybe a week ago that Mish, it's okay to change my mind. And then I would have changed my mind and don't do this. But I think our bosses might have listened to you or maybe have been in one of your sessions. It's just that they've missed the top part. I'm not going to say they were late. They were somewhere trying to ensure that we get the best out of this organization. So I'm saying this because I think our director might have went to Google and to check what we think about him. Because what he has done, actually, he has introduced a culture where he focused on our mental health, our physical health, but he forgot the financial part of it. And then also the part that we all humans, and then we must understand our customers. So that's what Maureen usually says, we must understand our customers. And the only thing that we always say to him, they don't understand us. So thank you very much for that. And then, ladies and gentlemen, the tools or the presentation will be shared with everyone. I believe our event coordinators will ensure that it reaches everyone in this venue. So, moving forward with the program for today, as we've mentioned earlier, that there will be breakaway rooms. So at this moment, we shall move to our breakaway rooms. And then just as a reminder, excellence will be discussed here in the council chambers, maturity in the banqueting hall, and then innovation in meeting room 2. So there will be MCs there who will welcome you and then give you an overview of what's going to happen in those breakaway sessions. There is coffee also in the banqueting hall, so we don't have to be here just to get our coffees. We can move directly there. There will be refreshments, and then the people who will remain here in council chambers, and then also in meeting room 2, then you can get the coffee here. In between those in between those sessions in the breakaway rooms, you are more than allowed to change venues. It's not like when you are there and then you're stuck there. You can change venues and then go to any other venue. Then I believe that's the time we move into the breakaway sessions, and then it will end also my morning. Then there's going to be someone else who's going to take over, and then I'll come back in the afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you. I hope that hit the spot. Fantastic.
Everybody was saying, wow, it's like resonating with the
There's so much to say. I hope it sends people. What we'll do, I'll send the slides to you, and then we can even have a follow-up chat about there are a couple of things you can do with this now in your context. So let's see what so that it doesn't stop now. Yeah. Great. Fantastic. Perfect. Thank you. I've got to get to the now. So I'm flying at 12:30. Yeah. Fantastic. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you. How are you finally get? Magic.
thanks for introducing the team.
Fantastic.
We took our individuals capability. A lot of what defines an individual's capability is their IQ. They're more intelligent. And that's irreplaceable. So when I deal with performance issues within my team, the willingness, I think, is you have to win. The third one is that one.
Authorization.
Authorization.
Right.
There was something on the team. And the levels of others. Genuine assessment is the
I know. No. I get it. I know. Right. Yeah. Yeah. No, I get it. So I have a brutal approach towards it. And again, and it's something I tell my clients, and I understand that every single environment is different. For me, it's. Brad, how you doing, Ben? A simple one. You wouldn't, if you have a couple of bad games, you're losing your place on the Russians team. If you're not going to bring the level of value and performance, and every client I work with, that's something we work to shift in their culture. Now I know it's different in different places. There's this thing about, it's very hard to get rid of people. I'm like, well, for how long do you carry passengers? And I have a brutal approach on. First, I give people every chance in the world to develop themselves. But if you're talking about an actual input capability, well, then they're missing 1/3 of the performance criteria. So, if you can't kick, how long are you going to kick your rollers? If you're getting 60% of your kicks, you're not going to be in the team. So I take a brutal approach to it. But first, I give them every chance to develop. So
I hear you, but I think there's an intellectual limitation.
yeah.
But the level that they're at in a broader business,
Yes.
they would be considered at least average or above average in many other teams.
Right.
So you must not fully performance management out of that position, and they've been playing that role for many years. Part of it, I'll change one of my heads, is that in some sense you've actually got guys that are way above them, and you actually need to get them to be promoted, and these guys at the level. So that's the other
It's, for me, it comes back to performance measurement. It's often I find where that's the case, where guys are allowed to stay in role for much longer than they should, or at levels that they shouldn't be at, in terms of the intellect, the performance measurement criteria, because there's certain things that will create that this person's just not delivering value. How are you measuring value conversion? And that's usually where I find the gap. That's the way to change that dynamic, is what's the value conversion got to be created? How do you actually measure their contribution? And because that's you, and I know. It's not only here, it's one. I know. It's one of the hardest things to check. But I tell them straight, if you can't move that, well, you're gonna. This is the reason you've got this dynamic. So that's the thing that has to change. And it's extremely complex because you'll have people who will block that shift because it means that they come into the snipers process. But that's where the magic lies. It's in the measurement of conversion of value outputs. That's really where it is. Because if you're measuring, no, it's not. The method to get there is not. But that's the only way you can change it. Because right now, there's nothing that's measuring them. This, you're not getting an ROI. That's like a return on individual. Okay? If you don't really. It's very easy for me to interact with people. No, nothing. I get up there. It's about getting the mindset of people.
Can I pee in 5 minutes? Oh wow. Yeah, it's and then the nonsense that is that.
So just do a line up here. Fine, it's quick, don't worry.
I think that will just. No, no, it's not. Are they going to take this away? Because I've also got mine, so that must be as easy. That would be great. Thank you very much. I'm just going to leave this here. Oh no, let me put it on there. Okay. No. Don't worry.
What are the adjustments we need to make? Where sometimes there's performance take away potential of the images. That's not really things away.
The background. Okay. Am I still showing? Oh my goodness, my hair. 28. Guys, your time is up. Sorry. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Can we please take our seats so that we can begin? Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Excellence Track. My name is Sindisiwe Sukonyala, and I'll be your host for the two sessions this morning. We have two different but highly relevant conversations ahead of us, both looking at how we can pursue excellence while responding to a rapidly changing environment. Excellence is not simply about doing what we always have done, only better. It also requires us to challenge established ways of working, respond to new risks and opportunities, and ensure that our governance systems and practices continue to support effective service delivery. Our two sessions this morning will explore how that challenge from the very different perspective. We'll begin by looking at the that come with an increasingly digital public sector, before turning our attention to how technology, automation, artificial intelligence are reshaping the way we manage contracts. So with that said, let's continue. Our first speaker is Professor Gio Kino. Prof. Kino is a professor of law at Stellenbosch University and the founding director of the African Procurement Law Unit. He is also an admitted advocate of the High Court of South Africa and is widely recognized for his expertise in public procurement and admin law. His work brings together academic research, public sector training, and practical advice to both organs of the state and suppliers, giving him a precisely valuable perspective on the challenges facing public procurement today. This morning, he will be discussing to us on procuring the digital state, exploring what South Africa's move towards cloud-based and digital services means for a procurement framework that was largely designed for a very different environment. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Prof. Kino.
Program Director, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for the opportunity to spend a little bit of time with you this morning. I feel honored to be included in this program, even more so to be in this august chamber. I was saying to Garth a moment ago that I've seen this many times on telly. I've never actually been in here. I hope I don't get a kind of a feel for being a politician standing here. So let's hope I stay on the other side. But thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to share a little bit of the research we've been doing and kind of the findings. What I'm going to share with you in the next kind of 20, 25 minutes is really a quick overview done on trying to understand the relationship, the link between cloud-first public administration on the one hand and public procurement systems on the other in South Africa. And let me give away the punchline. As I always say to my students, academic writing is not writing a novel, so don't keep it for a surprise at the end. Tell everyone up front what the finding is. The finding is that we've got a fundamental mismatch between those two streams. In South Africa, I don't think that's a surprise for anyone in this room. The more important question is, what will we do about it? How do we fix that gap? So, the argument is simple to state, but hard to act on. South Africa has already decided to become a cloud-first, data-driven state. That decision has been made repeatedly in policy. What has not been decided, what remains genuinely open, is whether our procurement law and the system that's based on that law will let that decision be executed. I'm going to walk you through the policy ambition, through the structural collision it creates with our public procurement rules, through what other countries have done about it, and I will end with what I think the Public Procurement Act, and more particularly its regulations, need to contain if we are going to close this gap. And as I've said, this is based on work that I've done recently with a colleague of mine, Joshua Swart. And if you're interested, the whole report is on our website, and I'll give you the URL at the end, which is just a reason for you to stay awake until the last slide. So this slide plots three recent instruments on a single timeline. And I want you to notice how compressed this timeline is. In 2024, the National Data and Cloud Policy went further than any predecessor by explicitly mandating cloud services as a primary option for new ICT procurement. That same year, the Communications and Digital Technology Infrastructure Roadmap laid the broadband and digital network foundations for a unified state architecture. And in 2025, last year, the Digital Transformation Roadmap, driven by the newly created Digital Service Unit within the Presidency, committed government to interoperable, data-driven public services. Read together, these three instruments tell you something important. This is not a debate about whether South Africa should move to the cloud. That debate is over. We have a mature digital ecosystem, significant hyperscaler investment already in our market, and a clear internationally aligned policy direction. The state has already chosen its trajectory. So the question I want to spend the rest of this talk on is not should we, but can we lawfully, using the procurement rules we actually have, do this? And that is where the story gets considerably more complicated. Because the moment you try to translate the cloud-first ambition into an actual purchase order, you run headlong into a procurement framework that was never built for it. This is the collision in its starkest form. On one side, legacy procurement, the PFMA, MFMA, Triple PFA, a framework built around static physical goods, rigid budgeting cycles, linear tender processes, and fixed outputs specified upfront. On the other side, cloud reality. variable consumption billing, rapid scaling up and down, modular deployment, and API-driven ecosystems, where the specifications you wrote 6 months ago may already be obsolete. These two logics don't blend. They collide. And the result, as the slide indicates, is that departments, organs of state, municipalities are instructed by the very same policymakers to implement cloud-first strategies while remaining bound to procurement rules that do not permit their effective execution. In practice, this doesn't produce a clean no. It produces something worse. Implementation delays, audit exposure, dare I say it on this floor, and a growing reliance on deviations and bespoke, legally uncertain arrangements just to get anything done. Every procurement officer who has tried to buy a cloud-based solution in the last 2 years has felt this collision personally. Usually, somewhere between the tender specification and the bid adjudication committee. And the next 2 slides will break down this collision into its mechanics. Let's be specific about where the friction actually sits, because structural misalignment can sound abstract until you see it line by line. The cost model. Traditional ICT procurement assumes capital expenditure, a fixed upfront budget. Cloud runs on operational expenditure, pay as you go, variable billing, that's only known after the fact. Specifications. Traditional procurement wants highly detailed static outputs defined 6 months, if you're lucky, in advance. Cloud is iterative, what the industry calls outcome as a service, with continuous updates that make a fixed specification almost meaningless within weeks. Contracting. Traditional procurement assumes a linear tender ending in a single vendor lock-in. Cloud operates through platform ecosystems, multi-tenant, multi-cloud, API integrated. And speed. Traditional cycles run 6 to 12 months, again, if you're very lucky. Cloud provisioning happens on demand in minutes, often real time. Every one of these 3 is a place, no, 4, is a place where a compliant procurement officer doing exactly what the rules require will produce an outcome that's uncompetitive, technically wrong, or simply undeliverable by any credible cloud provider. This is not officials unwilling to modernize. It's that the rule book they must follow describes a different category of purchase entirely, closer to buying a building than subscribing to a utility. And nowhere in this mismatch more damaging or more concrete than in how we treat costs. This is, in my view, the single hardest structural problem in this whole presentation. So I want to spend a moment on it. Look at the 2 lines on this graph. The stepped line is how the PFMA, MFMA require entities to budget. Fixed, predictable, set once and held. The wavy line is this, if you don't know the term, that's the Amazons and the Azures of the world, actually price. Consumption-based billing that scales with real citizen demand. Think of SARS system during tax season, or Home Affairs having to deal with ID renewals ahead of elections, or perhaps in your case, rates payments at the beginning and end of each month, where usage genuinely spikes and falls. The gap between these two lines is what we call the consumption chasm. Traditional supply chain policy simply cannot process or forecast a variable cloud invoice. It wasn't designed to do that. So what happens in practice? Public entities get forced into reserved capacity, fixed fee arrangements, just to make the numbers fit their annual budget templates. And in doing so, they negate the primary economic benefit of moving to the cloud in the first place, paying only for what you actually use. We are quite literally paying a premium to make cloud services look like fixed goods our financial management legislation expects, and thereby losing the elasticity that was the entire point of the whole exercise. Fixing this isn't a technological problem. It's a budgeting and financial management legislation problem, and it sits squarely inside the scope of procurement reform. Institutional confusion makes it worse, which brings us to who is actually meant to be steering all of this. Now, if the consumption chasm is the sharpest technical problem, then this slide is the sharpest governance problem. 4 institutions currently touch cloud procurement, and none of them have the full picture. The DPSA issues binding governance directives, but has no procurement authority of its own and enforces what our paper calls a governance-first sequence that causes massive delays because an entity cannot even begin to procure without approval. CETA is the statutory ICT gatekeeper under the CETA Act, but it's currently running at roughly 60% vacancy rate, with turnaround time exceeding 123 days against service commitments measured in weeks, and delivery only around 37% of the ICT services departments actually require. Parliamentary oversight bodies like SCOPA, for example, have not been kind about the position at CETA. Horror show and cash cow are direct quotes from that oversight view. The DCDT and the new DSU, Digital Service Unit in the presidency, drive national digital infrastructure and transformation strategy, but rely on other institutions for execution. At National Treasury, together with the future Public Procurement Office to be created once the Public Procurement Act comes into operation, govern the fiscal rules and the forthcoming Public Procurement Act, PPA, but have historically lacked cloud-specific digital procurement frameworks. None of these mandates is illegitimate on its own. The problem is that they overlap without a hierarchy and without a designated point of escalation when they conflict. An entity seeking cloud services must, in theory, satisfy all 4 simultaneously, with no instrument telling them whose sign-off takes precedent. The summary line of this slide is the one I'll ask you to remember. Entities navigate conflicting obligations without a hierarchy, and the result is a paralysis of compliance, where staying still is legally safer than trying to innovate. That is a rational response to an irrational structure. And it's exactly the opposite of what cloud-first policy needs from institutions. So if the institutions are fragmented, what do the actual instruments that they administer look like when you score them? This table scores 3 of them across agility, market access or interoperability, and data classification. DPSA's cloud directives score weak on agility because they mandate 6-month pre-procurement approvals before an entity can even begin, and only moderate on data classification because they simply refer to the MISS. CETA's rules score weak on market access because they remain a centralized bottleneck, even though the 2025 amendment to the CETA regulations, the new regulation 17.8, now permits entities to deviate when CETA underperforms. And weak on agility, given those 123 days we just discussed. An MIS MIS 1996, well, which is still in 2026, you do the math, the reference point for cloud security scores weak on cloud security itself, because it's an analog era physical security standard, fundamentally incompatible with digital residency requirements and weak on interoperability too. The takeaway line is deliberately blunt. Existing instruments enforce legacy compliance rather than enabling digital compatibility. They don't just fail to help agile procurement, they actively penalize it. An entity that tries to move fast is, under the current instruments, taking on more compliance risk than one that moves slowly and badly. That is the diagnostic. Now, what does it mean for how we frame the problem going forward? This is the pivot point of this whole presentation and the paper. So let me state it as plainly as I can. South Africa's digital transformation challenge is no longer one of policy formulation. We have the policies. We have the ambition. What we don't have is legal operability, a set of enforceable rules that actually let entities execute the policy we've already written. The good news is that we are not being asked to go back and rewrite the digital strategy or the national data and cloud policy or POPIA or any of the other data pieces of legislation. Those stand. What we need is a bridge. And the Public Procurement Act of 2024, together with its forthcoming regulations, is that bridge. It is the one instrument currently capable of translating digital strategy and data governance into enforceable, cloud-compatible procurement rules. But, and this is the urgency that we point to in our research, that bridge is a narrow, critical window. The PPA regulations are being drafted as we speak. If they are drafted the way that ICT procurement has always been drafted, we would have spent a rare legislative opportunity re-entrenching the exact constraints that I've described up till now. If they are drafted with cloud's actual operating characteristics in mind, we unlock the policy we already have. So what should other countries teach us about how to use this window well? In our paper, we've looked at 12 different jurisdictions in fair detail, including Australia, France, Estonia, Chile, Kenya, Brazil, New Zealand, Singapore, and India. But let me give you just 3 to map most directly onto South Africa's specific gaps. The United Kingdom runs the a centrally managed multi-supply framework agreement with regular refresh cycles, from which departments, any public entity, draw down cloud services through rapid call-off contracts rather than fresh tenders each time. The lesson for us is to use centrally managed multi-supply frameworks with rapid call-offs to keep competition always on. Though the UK experience also warns that listing requirements can still exclude smaller suppliers if you're not deliberate about SMME access. Canada ties its tiered security certification directly to its procurement eligibility. Its protected A, B, and C classification tiers determine upfront which providers may even bid for which category of workload, rather than assessing security tender. The lesson for us: make data security and classification a condition of procurement eligibility, not work out for themselves case by case. And the EU, through its CISP framework, the Cloud Infrastructure Services Providers in Europe, mandates structured export formats and tested exit plans through instruments like SWIPO, the Switching and Porting Code of Conduct. This is the regime that legally engineers vendor lock-in out of the market by making portability a design requirement, not a negotiation afterthought. Three things unite every successful jurisdiction in our review. And I want you to hold on to these because they structure everything that follows. First, legality improves when security, classification, and architecture rules are fixed centrally and made binding. Where those are absent, as in South Africa today, ICT procurement becomes fragmented and discretionary. Second, the procurement mechanism itself matters as much as the substantive standard. Frameworks, panels, and certified supplier lists each carry distinct legal risks and have to be consciously designed, not borrowed whole scale. Third, the institutional location of cloud governance authority is crucial. Every comparative jurisdiction we looked at has some central body linking digital policy, security standards, and procurement practice. South Africa, as I will show, does not, as we've already seen, does not. That is precisely the gap that we need to address. If there's one single reform that unlocks the most downstream value in this context, it's this one: a binding data classification framework. The logic on this slide is simple, and that's exactly its strength. Classification should determine deployment automatically, rather than being guessed at department by department. Public or anonymized data should default to public cloud procurement, maximizing scalability and cost efficiency. Sensitive or personal data, the POPIA governed material, should default to hybrid cloud, giving multi-region resilience with compliance bounds. And secret or state critical data should default to sovereign or community cloud, with strict jurisdictional isolation and onshore hosting. The key insight at the bottom of this slide is the one I'll underline. Classification must dictate the procurement deployment model by default. That single design choice automates compliance and eliminates departmental guesswork, which today is exactly where a huge amount of our procurement delay and risk aversion actually originates. When there's no classification scheme to point to, officials default to the most conservative, most expensive, slowest option. Every time, just to be safe. So who should own this? We argue that the information regulator established under POPIA is the best positioned. It's already an independent body reporting to Parliament, with legitimacy and enforcement powers over personal data. Its current remit is narrow. It stops at personal information. So what's needed is a modest legislative expansion, developed in coordination with the DPSA for implementation and the SSA, the State Security Agency, for the narrow secret and top secret tier, to produce one unified tiered classification scheme that every organ of state can point to. Once that exists, the shared responsibility question, who's accountable for what, once you've picked a deployment model, becomes much easier to answer. This model comes straight from the cloud industry practice. I want to show you why it also solves a very South African procurement problem. 3 layers. At the base, security of the cloud. The global hyperscalers, Amazon, Azure, Google, providing physical data centers, core networking, and compute. In the middle, security in the cloud. Local managed service providers and SMMEs providing data protection, identity and access management, encryption, migration, and application management. And at the top, the state itself. Government departments, municipalities, retaining ultimate accountability and data sovereignty, because no amount of outsourcing changes who is constitutionally answerable for a citizen's data. Why does this matter for procurement specifically? Because it gives us a lawful mechanism to meet local preference and developmental mandates without compromising hyperscale infrastructure. We don't have to choose between using world-class global infrastructure and supporting local industry. Procurement can direct the value-added middle-layered services, the data protection work, the integration work, the managed services to local partners and SMMEs, while the base layer continues to run on proven global infrastructure. That's not a compromise. It's actually the economically efficient allocation, because it routes local capability building to the layer where local firms can generally compete, rather than asking a domestic SMME to somehow replicate a hyperscale data center. Once you accept this 3-layered model, the natural next question is, how do you actually contract for it across multiple providers without falling back into single vendor, tender, and locking? And this is where the multi-CSP framework comes in. This is the procurement mechanism that operationalizes everything I've said so far, and it works in 3 steps. Step 1, central accreditation. An institutional lead entity envisaged in our research as our to-be public procurement office continuously accredits cloud providers against centrally defined security, interoperability, and data classification standards. This is a standard ongoing process, not a once-off tender. Step 2, dynamic call-off. Individual entities, such as a department, such as a municipality or departments within a municipality, bypass the 12-month or longer tender cycle entirely. They call off services from the pool of pre-accredited providers through rapid mini competitions matched to the specific need at hand. And step 3, continuous competition, because providers remain inside an always-on competitive environment rather than a single lock-in contract. This framework structurally prevents the single vendor locking that our earlier slide identified as one of the core competition risks. Notice what this design does to the earlier problems. It solves the speed problem from slide 3, because departments are no longer running 12-month tenders for every cloud need. It solves part of the fragmentation problem, because there's now one accrediting body instead of 4 overlapping mandates. And it does all of this while keeping competition tension alive throughout the life of the framework, rather than switching it off the moment a contract is signed. Exactly the lock-in risk the UK's G-Cloud experience and the EU CISP portability principles both warned us about. This is, in effect, the procurement chassis the rest of the reform sits in. So let's turn this into concrete regulatory drafting instructions. If I could leave the drafters of the to be promulgated regulations under the Public Procurement Act with only 4 instructions, they would be these 4. And they map directly onto everything I've said so far. 1, cloud-compatible pricing. Explicitly permit consumption-based pricing. OpEx, pay-as-you-go, and flexible multi-year commitment structures within government's financial system. This is the direct fix for the consumption chasm that we've noted. 2, multi-supplier frameworks. Please note frameworks, not panels. Let's ban that word from our lexicon. Established managed framework agreements with standardized cloud contracting templates. This is the direct fix for the fragmented mandates and slow tender cycles that we've noted, and it's the legal base for the multi-CSP hub we just discussed. 3, embedded classification. Require a binding data classification standard that directly dictates provider eligibility and the deployment model. This is the force, giving the force of regulation to data classification rather than leaving it to good practice. And 4, mandated interoperability. Embed exit provisions, open APIs, and data portability as mandatory contractual arrangements, specifically aimed at eliminating vendor lock-in. This is our version of the SWIPO obligations we saw in the EU context. None of these 4 are particularly exotic or groundbreaking proposals. Everyone has a working precedent in at least one of the jurisdictions we looked at. The UK for frameworks, Canada for classification-linked eligibility, and the EU for portability. What makes them urgent rather than merely desirable is timing. The PPA regulations are being drafted right now. And once they are gazetted, in whatever form, we will likely be living with that form for years to come. Most likely the rest of my professional life. This is thus a narrow, specific, and closing window. And these 4 items are, in our view, the non-negotiable minimum content for it. The last question is who actually owns getting this right? Institution. And this is where I will conclude. We end where the institutional fragmentation started, but now with a proposed fix rather than just a diagnosis. Our paper proposes 3 functions, deliberately kept distinct but explicitly linked. Coordination, the Presidency's DSU, Digital Service Unit, operating as the strategic lead through a binding interministerial committee, not just a convening forum, but one with actual decision-making power and formal escalation protocols. Classification. The information regulator expanded to govern unified public sector data classification, going beyond just personal data, and implementation. The future Public Procurement Office, potentially working with CETA, transitioning to a framework accredited model. The multi-CSP hub that we've described, rather than remaining a single monolithic procurement bottleneck. Here is the sentence I want to leave you with from this slide. Cloud procurement requires a single, authoritative governance locus. Overlapping mandates must be replaced by clear, legally binding escalation protocols. That is not a call for one super ministry that does everything. It's a call for clarity about who decides what and what happens when two mandates conflict, which today, as I've shown, simply isn't answered anywhere in our procurement law framework. Get this right, together with binding classification and a multi-CSP framework base, and South Africa closes the gap between Cloud First policy that we've already adopted and the procurement law that is supposed to deliver it. Colleagues, I will leave you with a line that closes the paper itself. The countries that have succeeded in cloud adoption did not attempt to fit cloud into traditional procurement. They adapted procurement to the cloud. South Africa's infrastructure is ready. Our policy choice is already made. The PPA regulations are the mechanism, and the window is now. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much, Prof. We can take one question, please. We are running out of time. No questions, great. Just a reminder, colleagues. Okay, no, so great. Just a reminder, colleagues, please, no coffees inside. We would like to use the venue again next year, so please, we accept water, please, no coffee. Let's take a 10-minute break and be back at 11:30. Thank you so much. missing out. Oh, I think it's back. Welcome back, everyone. Our next speaker, Rico Banet, brings an interesting combination of legal, commercial, and technology experience to the conversation. Rico began his career as an attorney specializing in technology and has since moved into the world of legal technology, automation, and artificial intelligence. He is currently Managing Director and Head of Innovation at Moray Global, and founded the Mind Factory, a multidisciplinary team focused on contract intelligence, automation, and AI. Okay. His work focuses on applying these technologies practically, not simply because they are new, but to improve how organizations manage contracts, identify risks, and make better use of their information. His topic today is From Paper to Predictive, Delivering Excellence Through Innovation and Maturity in Contract Management. Please join me in welcoming Rico Banet.
Hi, everybody. There's no clock on that door over there, so if I get too boring, just somebody shout or wave or do anything. There's nothing quite like talking about a braai before you guys, I think, have lunch after this. So this is why the contract management unit always give me this slot, so I can try and either put you to sleep so you don't eat all the food, or keep you awake and hungry so you enjoy everything. So my name is Rico Banet. The most important thing about me is I used to practice law. I wasn't overly brilliant at that, I think, but people tell me differently. Some people call me the Steve Jobs of legal innovation, but that's just my wife. But for the rest of you, this is a quick, well, I say quick, I thought I had like 10 slides. Turns out I have a few more, so I'll skip through the boring ones. And the CMU will make a shortened and abridged version of the best parts available for you after the session. Or you can just ask ChatGPT to, take a voice note. What are we going to talk about today is to move, what the challenges are, to move from a paper-based environment to a predictive one. And when I thought about this, there are all these brilliant themes about AI being robots and technology and machines. It's really about a braai. That's really all it is. And I'm going to try and bring that to life for you. What we as contract professionals can learn from the right combination of a braai. And if time permits, if somebody's awake, we'll jump into a few tools and show you some of what's happening out there so you can get a flavor of what's happening. So what is real? Let's see if this is, that's going great. It's quite light in here, but there's a brilliant image of a log fire burning in the background there. So just believe me that the backgrounds are brilliant. What happens if a contract could actually tell you the horse is burning before the supplier did? That's a key question. If we look at some of the largest exposure for procurement mishaps globally, we're talking about pharma, shipping, and supply. The inability to detect early warning signs and to manage contractual portfolios is a critical component of that. We've got a few stats up here, and we'll bring it home for the South African context too. So obviously, I'm going to use the word AI a lot because that's the flavor of the month and the year and the future. But I want to leave you with two quick introductory thoughts. The first is AI is absolutely not a new notion whatsoever. That is Thales. Thales was an automaton created to protect the island of the island of Crete from Greek invaders. So ancient Greek mythology understood the notion of something behaving out of its own accord and with its own will, if you will. By the way, as with all Greek tragedy, Thales had one nail plugging all of the important fluids flowing from his neck to his body. So Medea just pulled the nail out and poor Thales collapsed, much like my anthropic tokens at the end of every month. A part of this discussion is about key terms. This is not something we will hammer on today, but in case you haven't had an interesting or useful glossary about these concepts, because predictive contract management depends heavily on some of these. And while I don't endorse or propose to support any specific one, there are some important things we can learn from this, right? The most important thing for us, everything is awesome about Gen AI and LLMs, and if you were old like I am, you know about transformers and context windows and all of these great things, and we've got agents going. But the main problem, which is, and this is not my slide, I copied it from 365 Data Science, are the three concepts at the bottom. Different models produce different results. Technology hallucinates, and we need guardrails, especially in our world of contracts, procurement, and in regulated industries. Now, this slide pained me to put up after Saturday's debacle, but the only thing that I think I want to talk about quickly around how technology and the things you hear and see and engage with, what is a foundational difference, and if anybody's already talking about determinism, that was what we used to do at philosophy class, but now determinism is also a concept in AI. The main difference between systems we have up until this point and this frenzy of technology being thrown at you, especially in the AI and the LLM space, is probabilistic versus deterministic working. We take football, for example. Most of us probably watch the World Cup. In football, they have a massive clock. The clock runs down, and when the clock hits 0, the game ends. It is absolute, right? While the referees determine how much time gets added on an injury, when the clock stops, we all know this, right? We lose, or we win. AI and generative AI and the technologies that are coming into this space, and in your space in particular, is probabilistic. So a generative AI model, at its heart, takes language and attempts to predict the next word in the sequence. That is all it's able to do, and that is all it is enabled to do unless we infuse our skills and our skills. So that's a bit like Nigel Owens, right? One of the great referees. The ref determines when the game ends. He allows advantage to be played. He makes a call on the ground. He listens to his touch judges. But ultimately, there is a level of subjectivity involved in when a rugby match ends. And that's a little bit like a Gen AI solution. If any of you get home tonight, do not do this at the office on the company Wi-Fi. Ask whatever your LLM is of choice a particular question, get a response, log out, log back in, and tomorrow ask it the same question in the same way, and you'll see that the responses differ, right? Because the system is a probabilistic model that attempts to determine what the most probable next word in my response is going to be. That is not brilliant if we're dealing with the precise and accurate world of contracts and contract management. And there's another slide on the concepts. Don't worry too much about that. The main problem in the world we face, and the problem with moving to a predictive world of contract management, is the notion of hallucinations. Anybody here still hallucinates, legally or illegally? Systems do the same. They have a problem with being grounded in truth. And that's where the human element is going to be key. Sorry, I turned around a lot because those slides are bigger and my eyesight is also fading. Some of the assessments that you guys were involved in and have seen, there's some stats in this deck. We're going to skip over some of that, but there is, in the world of moving from a paper-based to a predictive and a scientific basis, there is an evolution of sorts. And that evolution is much like a good fire, right? It's built in stages. And if you have smallish kids and you're teaching them to build a fire, you are very careful about explaining what heat is and how these elements work together. So the world of contracts used to be ad hoc. If you had the money, you found an attorney or an in-house resource that had capacity. You asked them a question, you got a response. Hopefully that same person is still working in the organization next year. You can ask them the same question and they'll give you a slightly more mature response. Then we moved on to the kind of repeatable space. Now we have a template, right? We have a template we can go to, we can pull that, and then the person who's working with that template on the day, that person will infuse some of their knowledge and we can move on from there. And then it became defined. Who do I go to for a particular piece of advice? Who do I consult for a particular outcome? Then it became integrated. If I am in a department and I am collaborating with somebody else, let's bring contracting, procurement, risk, tax, audit, doesn't matter who is involved, into the mix, and we integrate our decision-making process. And that's kind of where the city is moving towards, where contracting is. Then it becomes optimized. And that's the future for us, is taking things from the state we're in. We have technologies that can collaborate and communicate, and you guys are getting exposed to some of that, to a world where that is all optimized. And the key with optimization, of course, is it comes with massive advantages and with a few disadvantages. So the key is amateurs in our space react to smoke. They see the smoke, they get scared, they panic. A braai master will see the flare-up coming, right? When the fat hits the coals, that's the challenge, right? So contact maturity is exactly the same. You see hotspots emerging, you see things on its way, you see ebbs and flows of requirements. You have to jump in at the right time. To do that, you need three things. The first is you need law and regulation. I'm sure all of you are somewhat sick and tired some days of law and regulation. The next is you need resourcing. And finally, you need a risk management umbrella to sit on top of all of that. So in contract law, there's a recipe, right? You be fluent in what you are trying to cook, what you're trying to create. You have to have the right people with you, right? If you need to run in to clean the braai buck, somebody has to make sure that the chicken doesn't burn, right? There's this collaboration and there's this understanding between different people. And then finally, there's risk management. Fire's too hot or too cold, we all know what happens then and how the kids look at you when something is undercooked. So there are two perspectives when we talk about moving from contracts in its current state to the future. The one is the view from the desk of all of you, everybody involved in a contract, in a relationship, in an agreement. Your challenge is you face understaffing and uneven application of resources. That is still true in 2026 of almost every large organization, including large organizations in the technology space. The main challenge to Harvey, some of you may have heard of Harvey, if you watch Suits, like I did, Harvey, which is the leading legal LLM at the moment, their main challenge is they don't have enough people to embed with their clients to teach them how to use their technology. So ironically, they're going through a process we're trying to scale back on the technology deployment and get the right people in the room again, which is kind of where we were talking about this in the 90s. Responsibilities are distributed across different departments. Who owns a decision point? Who owns a decision point when the owner of the decision point is not there to own such decision point? That sounds like a great contractual term in an American contract. Then there's this massive handover process, which is sometimes inconsistent. We don't have SLAs, we don't have KPIs. And then quite often, as in most organizations, the end user is responsible for managing these documents or these contracts. They don't necessarily have access to guidance and support all the time. Then we have a different view, right? We've got the view from the per contract, this document, this agreement, this alignment. We sometimes don't have all the data when we contract, and therefore specifications on contractual requirements are not always sufficiently clear. Maybe less of a problem in the environment you work in, but that is certainly true generally. Deviations from the standards are not always visible at the portfolio level. Every organization has exceptions to the rule. Generally, that is because A, I've got a good relationship with the person I work with on the other side, or B, this is a very important agreement, or C, I don't have any other choice. D, E, F, and G. There are always reasons why we deviate from standards. And then contractual obligations may not have clear defined owners. You may have underperformance of contracts, and those aren't caught easy enough, and they aren't escalated easy enough. And then when we have issues or blowouts or flare-ups, how is the risk information managed? It's a completely separate cycle of information and knowledge, and that's really hard because that is not contained in one person's mind. It's like everybody had a marinade at some point, you know, before Checkers and Pick and Pay and Joey's and Jimmy's and Willie's and whoever else came along with their own marinade. Everybody had their secret sauce. That is a challenge today. How do you reconstitute that? At the moment, the World Commercial Contracting Organization says that at least 70% of all commercial contractual data does not reside in a system that is sufficiently accessible to decision makers. Now we scale that down to a country like ours, where we have dynamic challenges, we have growing and expanding and contracting businesses. That is even more true. So if you think about where your documents, just an easy example, your documents, your spreadsheets, your emails, and the individual memory of your stakeholders, all of those are different recipes. They are applied at different times, at different points in the contracting process, and that creates a challenge because, as we said, the view from the desk is these are inconsistent processes. So the purpose of today is to try and just bring to life a little bit about where the future is going and what some of the emerging technology in the space can do. And the challenge with this space, as opposed to the way that you might have all heard these abbreviations: contract lifecycle management, contract management, enterprise lifecycle management, case management, practice management. You know, there's a acronym for everything these days. Is they were all built on a foundation of people that sat down, put their knowledge into a system, created a platform, and sold it to you. Now we have the technology where we are infusing our expertise into these systems. And that's the major shift, because they don't come pre-baked. They don't come pre-marinated. You know, you have to put in the work. And that's an opportunity and a challenge. In brief, there are 4 major shifts in the world today and in the trends we see. The first is you can now use technology to review and redline on a clause level. And we can all do that. You can open a document, you know, or your new mobile phone contract, or whatever that may be, the terms and conditions when I walked into the building. But that's really hard to do on a portfolio level. So what technologies are going to allow us to do is to take a standard provision, apply 100,000, 10,000 contracts over that, and have a consistent, integrated response every time. The next is negotiating and drafting assistance. That's a key thing. We see this emerging in the US. We don't have this class action mass tort legal framework just yet. We have a few cases, but in the USA, you've got these massive litigation cases, right? So you have 100,000 plaintiffs who are afflicted by a particular thing, you know, environmental or biological. Now you need to go to 1,000 people, assess the data, understand which are the best cases to bring to litigation for justice to be served. That's a hard task for even very large law firms to engage in. The more important one now is portfolio scale deviation scanning. Could we, at pace, identify when small things are changing in our commercial environment? So could we look at an entire contract register overnight instead of having 5 people having to trawl through this stuff and, you know, hate their jobs and not want to be as effective as they can be? So are you surfacing that to a single review pane? Can one person look at 50 people's analysis of a risk portfolio or of a particular environmental situation or anything to do with an agreement and see that all of those decisions were made consistent and equally? That's where technology is stepping in. And then finally, compliance, right? Who doesn't like a bit of compliance every Friday? Compliance flagging is now a critical venture where these technologies are now moving from, oh, helpful, automate some of my decisions, read my emails, into could I provide a compliance partner to the business? I can do that if I understand all of the institutional knowledge and if I understand all of the environmental knowledge. What is relevant today and the requirements we have now? Okay, so quickly, why is any of this remotely important? Well, you may be surprised to know that apparently 80% of legal professionals, and that looks at law firm, corporate, in-house, government, NGO, are involved and use AI in some form. That was 19% in 2023. 26% of legal organizations are now using Gen AI. So those are the people giving you advice. 1/4 of them, well, it's 26%, yeah. 1 in every 4 is using AI to generate their responses. Currently, more than 100,000 lawyers are using AI as their base to provide legal advice. And then this is a fun one. The projected legal AI market is going to be worth $50 billion very soon. There's a lot of money being poured into this. There's a lot of interest in seeing how people can leverage the technology. And the critical pivot point now is in contracts. All of that's brilliant. Everybody's going to tell you, just use GPT. Your kids are using it to fill in, you know, their school projects, and using it to do recipes and diagnose illnesses and everything else. Here's a fun fact. These companies are worth in excess of $15 billion, right? They raised $2 billion last year in capital. There are 1,600 court cases where legal professionals used AI in either drafting pleadings, misciting case law, or, as is the most recent case in South Africa, a judgment from the bench contains hallucination when delivering supposed justice. All of that's great. How much was spent on AI last year in the legal space alone? $2.5 trillion. Here's the fun one. 95% of organizations And this is from MIT. So this is a study into organizations with the highest levels of access to the technology we're talking about today. At the end of last year, 95% of them still said they couldn't justify the ROI. They still can't find a reason to keep on paying for the licenses. So now everybody's expecting you to use technology to move into a predictive world, yet nobody's giving you the tools to do that. And if they are, in 6 months, the finance and compliance team want to know, well, what have you done with all of this money? And 2 fun facts. Uber started using Claude. And if you're using Claude or Anthropic now, they rolled it out to all of their guys because Uber is the ideal breeding ground for technology. Every single time you book an Uber, that's a contract, right? There's a payment, there's an execution. A single engineer used $40,000 worth of tokens while improving the Uber app. Now, I don't know how much improvement you've seen in your Uber app recently, but these nominal changes are not worth $40,000. So Uber exhausted their entire budget of AI by April. And they stopped the rollout of the exact technology Uber was piloting or championing because of that. Okay, so it's only Wagyu if it is Wagyu, right? I don't know. Wagyu's way too expensive for me, but there are 3 really important recent citations in South Africa. Major issues with either council or, in the latest one, a judge which simply used a hallucinated Gen AI response to draft judgment from the bench. A fake case law. Ironically, the mining case, which is on the top left, they used a piece of locally built technology called Legal Genius, which was supposedly trained on all South African legislation. Turns out it wasn't such a genius after all. And all of these have resulted in sanction, the lawyers being referred to the regulatory authority. Okay, so what is on screen now? That's the current landscape of technology that is influencing the delivery of contract and contract litigation in the world today. The link in the shortened version will have a click through so you can look at this. This is the current state. If any of you have used or seen or heard of more than 5 of these, you will be in the top half a percentile. This is the chaos being caused currently. Everybody is introducing a new thing. Everybody's trying to fill a new gap. And at its heart, most of this in the next 2 years will be built on 3 or 4 different language models, all be run by 3 or 4 of the major companies. That just illustrates that everybody's challenging you to be creative, innovative, do more with less, be all you can be. How the heck am I supposed to do that if I've got 40 or 50 people competing? And we have a massive burgeoning African AI market too. Amazon HQ and the capacity and the resources being made available from that. Right? There's a huge local contingent and some great applications from here. That's the chaos we face. Okay, so skipping through some of this stuff, that was just, I just like the guy trying to, flip the horse with his bare hands. That was obviously a GPT-generated image. Some of these slides, you talk about the fact that foundationally, the case, the history and the experience we have showed us that if you remove people from the final oversight role, it is a disaster. Right? It's either overcooked or undercooked. It's never quite right. And there are different reasons for that. And, if you look at how hallucinations work, we know why. But that is the call, is to move from paper to predictive analysis. A human being and the way that humans think and work is always foundational to that process. So I want to show you just 3 examples of what's happening at the moment. It's not about a particular tool. These are not our tools. They're things we use. This is a fun one. This is a company called Wordsmith. Wordsmith is a South African. It's got about 40 jurisdictions trained. We took a mock document, we labeled the city of Cape Town because we like to be extravagant. We dropped in a standard playbook and said, okay, I want you to review this contract against the playbook. Okay, so innately, the system asks a number of questions, and it says, listen, so I saw 9 major departures from this draft you fed me from your playbook, right? And then you can see, MFMA, there's a departure from triple BEE requirements, insurance, and the like. The system spits out, without human inference, a contract deviation register. This is something we're working on with Jason and the CMU team here. It spits all of this out and tries to present recommendations. This is brilliant. You buy it, it's great, it's not that expensive. We can talk about that. At the end of the day, it has a bunch of may and should and could and woulds. And then you sit down and say, well, look, we have a particular scenario here. We've got a time constraint here. We've got a reality here. All of this without the lens of a human being, it doesn't actually work. Don't know anybody uses Anthropic before. Anthropic, I did this last night. It said, way up late, Rico, because it's nice. It doesn't bring me any tea and biscuits, but still. It's launched a whole suite of legal agents. Risk assessments, NDA triage, health checks. You can go and play with this stuff. Do not use anything related to your work, because none of this is in fact sitting behind a private cloud or is completely erased. So as an interesting, generate a fake document or take your Apple phone terms and conditions, chuck it into Anthropic and see how good it gets. It's quite interesting. And we'll talk about that in just a second. Two different use cases. Some of you may have read about Legora and Harvey. The most fun thing about these is not actually technology. It's the fact that Harvey obviously have recruited Gabriel Macht, who played Harvey Specter in Suits. He's their spokesperson. Legora spokesperson is Jude Law. So Jude Law has taken a break from acting. He now serves as the official spokesperson for a legal technology company. What a world we live in. One on the left is an example of saying, just summarize these termination rights. It will go and it will try and explore your database of contracts, and if it can't find anything, and if you open the access, it will search the internet. And that's where the main problem comes in. We try and talk about moving from paper through prediction. We think the internet will provide us with the answers. It does. A lot of wrong answers. And it perpetuates, and that's the main challenge. Harvey, on the right-hand side, this is how you create an NDA. You drop an NDA in there, and you say, look, every time you see the word NDA in my inbox, I want you to draft an NDA for me. It's brilliant. Only thing is, if it's not set up right and you have an email conversation with somebody about the NDA, it picks up the email chain, it drafts 24 NDAs, and you have to review all of those. So, in the future state, what will predictive contract management and proactive contract look like? There'll be 4 key things. You need visibility over obligations. There needs to be early warning signs about how suppliers perform and how they do not perform. Obligations must be assigned. That's a critical pain point for every organization we speak to. Does every single line of performance, from a contractual, legal, commercial, operational, risk, environmental, have a designated owner? That's a painful thing to go through, because for us to sit down and determine who owns every line item obligation will take longer than the negotiation of the document. That's where technology will step in, and we'll touch on that. And then finally, if risk information doesn't live in a single portal with a single view, it is impossible to effectively manage that, or as effectively as it could be. And that's where risk avoidance comes in. So, what is the practical plan? Let's come on to some plans. I do apologize for the people at the back. This felt much larger when I was putting these slides together. So we're going to talk about clause review. At the moment, if you have a piece of technology, let's use Copilot as an example. Copilot is something I think that is coming closer to home for all of you. A single technology like that one, where you structure and guide the technology on reviewing a document, delivers 10 to 15% more accurate results than a human being can deliver. And the interesting thing is, it's not because a tool, a language model, is better than the human being. It's because at 1 a.m. on a Sunday morning, the technology is as consistent in its review as it is at 9 a.m. on a Monday morning. So it's actually not a human competency versus the technology debate. It is a consistency problem. And at high volume or high risk scenarios, that consistency is I think Prudential has that tagline, consistency is the only currency that matters, or Coronation Wealth, you know. So that's the outcome. What is happening? Any technology, and again, it doesn't matter about the specific one, but the critical ones today, Copilot, which I think some of you may have access to and will have access to. Copilot is now bridging the gap. Copilot used to be a ChatGPT-based technology. The launch of its new, and I don't work for Microsoft, just to be very clear, Work IQ will dynamically switch between Copilot and Anthropic. So it shifts between all four of those base models depending on the requirement. Scary part is it's also now going to determine whether what you are asking it is related to work or not, and it can dynamically toggle between the work and the private setting. So that's a whole discussion about IT can help with that toggle switch to turn that off. But it's interesting how it's dynamically trying to understand what you want from it. So the shift in contract management or in clause review is to actually create structured prompts to prompt correctly. So every clause is automatically mapped or reviewed against the standard. That's where, at the moment, contract management or the tools in the market kind of stops. It's pointless to know that they are different. Why are they different? And specifically, is there a pattern of deviation? So, for example, in Australia has a massive move towards unfair contracting terms. So much of their banking, finance, and telecom spaces are being shifted because every few months, a new term in supply of a mobile phone contract is deemed to be unfair. Now you've got 18 million users, not 18 million, sorry, it's 1.8 million for some of the larger ones. So 1.8 million users each have to have an individual line in their mobile phone contract varied. That's a complicated thing to do. We have the technology to determine, okay, find the 1.8 million and change the clause. But if I've got 2 weeks left to run on a particular mobile phone contract, the effort to do that and to notify the consumer and send the email and get acceptance is not worth it. So the end state or the termination date of those contracts is now a variable. Who's going to go and find out? And what's reasonable? Should I contact somebody if their cell phone contract expires within a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks? What are those timelines? So the tools today, so for example, Copilot, Anthropic, OpenAI, and a few others, Gemini from Google, their base is to determine, can I get the most accurate level of prompts so it can triage large portfolios of work. That's going to be a key shift. This is another quick one. Test case out of the United States in debt collecting cases, similar to some of the legislation that you are all beholden to. There's a statutory checklist in debt collecting procedures. So they benchmarked a number of legal professionals against the technology. The only important thing about this is in red. The participants that they chose were law students. So to prove the case of accuracy, they did not use an actual trained professional, they used a law student. They gave the technology 10 minutes to do an hour. So the same result, a law student spending an hour on a piece of work versus a technology that spends 10 minutes on the same. What is the key operative thing there? You cannot go to a law student and ask them to do the formal processes involved in debt collecting. So that expertise still has to be infused into the process. And, since time is short and, I don't want to get you to sleep, I'll make that available in the deck. So deviation detection, right? This is where Gen AI is going today, because as we said, it is probabilistic, right? It only tries to predict the next thing. That's why you have to prompt it so well. A deviation can only be caught if the right reviewer happens to read the page, right? So if the right person reads a particular obligation, they identify that, that's when you have a good piece of technology. Who is the right person to review something? Who is the person with the availability to do something? So the predictive world will put several people in a room to read together a particular clause, put their inputs in the same bucket, determine what the ideal state is, and tune the machine. And when I say tune the machine, I mean give it the detailed prompting it needs to extract and mirror the behavior that you have taught it to do. That's the main difference between the technology you buy off the shelf. It doesn't have any innate legal training and legal knowledge. And if it does, somebody linked it to Thomson Reuters or in whatever legal database and said, learn, adopt and adjust. We know that's just not how our world actually works. Too boring. Skip that one. Okay, that's actually also boring. Okay, yeah, this is better. So it looks boring, but there's some fun stuff on the slide. So what the future trend is to connect the three main sources of information which will be the spreadsheet, the email, and the local drive. So the main problem there is, of course, local drives are not connected to the network. That's why I don't know if everybody here has been, if your IT team have helpfully moved you onto OneDrive or something similar, or onto Teams to create the common architecture. That is the key. So as opposed to saying, we now need to take all of this information and dump it into one location, let's create a single platform that will go and retrieve and return that and give us a dashboard, as opposed to a list, an Excel file, a table. So the key here is actually, when they look at court cases, right, look at how effective is AI in doing what human beings can do. This was in the United States. So what they did was they took 188 settled, agreed court cases. The outcome was determined. It was agreed. We know what the judgment is, and those judgments were accepted and validated. 32% of those had errors that required petition. So when they took an AI bot that was trained by all of the law firm expertise, they looked back at the judgments and said, well, I think we could have had these 32% of cases adjudicated differently, because we now applied a collective intelligence as opposed to one person who drafted the brief or reviewed the contract. 10% of those contained inconsistencies that would have reduced the amount in the judgment, and 4% had such major defects that it should have presented judgment. So like in criminal cases, a mistrial or the case being thrown out. So 4 out of every 100 cases that human beings get so wrong that they need to be thrown out. That's where the predictive state is really improving and helping us. So what happens to resources? Now, we said we have 4 or 5 models and technology. These models can be trained and they can move us to the next space. What happens to people? Our main problem is we're serviced by armies of people that review contracts and manage risk and keep logs and the rest. So today you have an organizational chart that says we need people. We are not fully staffed. We've got people on projects, right? An AI system that is integrated into Time Recordal or your Outlook inbox or your Teams channels can effectively predict your capacity for the next day, week, month, and a year. Looks back at the volume of emails you sent, looks back at the number of meetings you had over the last month, and builds a dynamic register to say, well, Rico simply isn't, if you have a major RFI landing, an RFP that drops on Tuesday, our model says that the 3 key leaders are in these leadership summits every Wednesday, and there's some major event coming up, there's an audit, which means proactively we plan for events, right? It's the same model that we prompt to read a contract. That same model can work with the data around people. Okay, that's boring. I do not want to run over time. So I want to actually go with, well, where do we actually start? And I promise you there'll be like one more slide and then I'll leave you. What this attempts to do is to say it's not just a process of downloading and installing an application. That used to be the model. We used to believe that we could do that. The first is we have to have a baseline. If we know what our existing cycle times, what our error rates, and what our exposure has been, we codify all of those. Then we take the strongest evidence. Do we have any reason or any action or influence or event that caused this particular issue, this contract being terminated, litigated on, deadlines missed, pricing not negotiated well enough? If you do that and you apply that logic over those, the data says you will be able to get a resolution about 26% faster. None of that works if there's no particular human owner that is designated to a particular topic, a particular clause, a particular escalation. And the critical piece, where that's why the 95% are not actually adding value, is if you don't have a pilot or a test case, take 5 people, give them access to Copilot Premium or GPT or Gemini or any of the others, and you measure the implication, it will not scale to an organization of your size. That's the main failing today. Big investment, we now all have a license in A, B, or C. It simply doesn't work. So establish the baseline, codify where things have gone wrong. Do we have evidence of what the reasons have been, or an autopsy of what caused it? Do we have owners for every single line item? And then can we deploy a pilot? Quickly, Gen AI is brilliant. We are moving towards the predictive space. It's a good fit for reviewing clauses, scanning deviations, checking drafting, flagging obligations. It is really poor today, with all of the technology and the investment we've seen, at strategic negotiation. It doesn't have the ability to build relationships. There's no final judgment on anything. Even the lawyers are outsourcing judgment to GPT. That does not work, and there's major damage being caused. It cannot sign off because it is unable to take accountability for decisions. There's no intent behind what a system does. It doesn't understand the strategic value in conceding something today to gain something in the future. And then finally, if the playbook doesn't cover it, the technology is not going to be smart enough to give you a response. So where we thought 5 years ago, just give it 5 playbooks, it's going to create the master that will apply to every one of your contracts. If the playbook doesn't contain at least the base training guideline, the system is going to guess every single time. So what is the adage? Technology protects the recipe, but people still holds the tongs, right? The repeatability of the process is a challenge for us in contracting. So, to become the ultimate contract prime master, you have to know what the recipe is, the 5 or 6 sources of contracting. Understand what the temperature is. Temperature in AI is actually very important. AI can tell you, I am 87% confident that I have the right response. Is that warm or cold enough for you? Should it be 92%? You tell a system, be 90% accurate. It will say, great, I am now 90% accurate. Thank you for helping me. And it will apply the same logic all the time. But I don't have time now, but in the next, if there was a session after this one, I would have showed you, and maybe can we, I think he might still be awake. I just want to show you something in 2 seconds. Could we, oh no, you won't be able to see it. I've stuffed it up now, guys. Let's forget that. It's not, I wanted to show you the 2 main things I did. I bought my daughter a game. And then if you know Marks and Spencer in the UK, they've got this little Percy Pig, little sweets. Created a Percy Pig game. Seems quite innocuous. If you can teach a system to follow those basic rules of creating a little algorithm, perhaps it can read a contract. This technology is great at games. It's really bad still at results. I might have lost Prime Master now. I had the old QR code up that says thank you for your time and all that stuff, but I've now stuffed it. So what was the point of the 40 minutes and 3 seconds? Give you a quick glimpse just into the focus areas. Some of the slides you guys will have access to. Oh, it's up there. Okay, cool. A QR code should have gone to something fun, but that's just my LinkedIn if you wanted to know more. Those slides contain the names of various platforms currently in play. We encourage everybody to see what they are, but never ever use anything. The caveat exists of actual data, actual importance. But the shift from paper to predictive working is there. These models exist. There are a plethora of technologies out there. It's something that the point of the session was to just give you guys a bit of awareness that you are not alone. It is tough out there. It's tough for all organizations. But this future state of a contract driven by this technology and driven by its opportunities cannot be discounted. And with that, I say thank you very much and have a lovely day further. Oh, yes, sorry. Were there any questions? Sorry, I'm allowed to take questions.
Just one.
No? I can make up my own question. Srika, what is the actual eventuality? The eventuality is that the main products, Harvey, Legora, Wordsmith, are all built on a base, which is either Anthropic. I don't know if anybody here has worked with Claude before. Claude, OpenAI's ChatGPT, and Google's Gemini will ultimately be the base of every single application being built in the future because they are simply so large. And potentially they'll all be bought by Microsoft eventually. So your journey, I think, with Copilot and the Microsoft stack, you don't have to go out and find the right solution. Quite often these things will become embedded in your ecosystems all the time, and it is worthwhile experimenting and playing with it in a safe way. But that's really going to be the key for contracting. It is impossible to remove human judgment and intent from the process. These $15 billion companies have proved exactly that, and I'll shut up after this, but they don't have the people to implement the technology that is so brilliant. So all of a sudden, they are hiring more people, lawyers, contract professionals, HR people, than there are developers and software engineers. Because the state of play is we will have more contracting, and smart people will need to be in the process all the time. Thanks. One of those hot mic moments. This is very exciting.
Thank you so much, Rico, and thank you to both our speakers for the two thought-provoking sessions. This morning, we have looked at excellence from two interconnected perspectives: how our procurement framework needs to evolve to support a digital state, and how technology, automation, and AI can help us to move towards more intelligent and proactive contract management. A common thread across both discussions is that innovation alone is not enough. Our governance capabilities and organizational maturity also needs to evolve if we are going to realize the value of new technology, while also continuing to manage risks and accountability effectively. Ladies and gentlemen, that's the end of our two sessions with me. We will continue again in the council chambers. I'm not sure if we do have 10 minutes again. We are running out of time, but our next session will continue here. So maybe you can take a 5-minute break and come back for the third session before lunch. Thank you so much.
Yeah, okay.
We just want to take things to yourself.
What do you mean? Which one must I use? Was it? Which one do we use it? How are you doing, sir? And thank you. What's your name? Ashwin. Ashwin. Nice to meet you. Here we go. Oh, you can actually just that. Yeah, put it in. And down here, and I can press. You can press here. Huh? Is it 5? Okay. Yeah, we don't need to take the details.
Colleagues, thank you. Let's settle down, please. Thank you, colleagues. Must I start calling names? When people are not keeping quiet, must I start calling them by names? Okay, thank you very much. We need to proceed. I fully understand that Cindy has given everyone 10 minutes, but due to time, we had to cut that 10 minutes to 5 minutes. And because we made a promise that we'll get to lunch exactly at 1 o'clock, so we made that sacrifice that we cut the 10-minute break, unless you would like to prefer to take a late lunch, and then we shall do so. I would like to welcome back everyone to the council chambers after your breakaway sessions. I believe they were informative and there was a lot that was learned there. And then I would also like to thank our speakers in those sessions and also the panel members where there were panels for the information that they've provided in that session. Because of time, we shall just move along, and then I would just like to call Zunaid Aref from C3PM so that he can do the C3M product launch for us. Oh, you want to? Oh, sorry. He has a special person to introduce him.
Good morning, everyone. So I'm not Zunaid. Zunaid will join us in a bit. My name is Ivory van der Merwe. I'm the head of the engineering planning unit in the engineering management branch. And I want to tell you about when I just finished studying. I thought I knew everything. So I joined EPCM as a young engineer in training at Coburg. So that's the power station just down the road on the R27. And if there's any industry that takes training really seriously, it's nuclear. Because you can't see or smell or hear radiation, and the effects you will feel long after you've been exposed. So at Coburg in those years, and I actually see Mantal is here that used to work at Coburg, Nishat is also here, so it's really nice to see those faces. So in those years, we got amazing training. Everything from basic physics when you start, and then it goes right through to advanced radiation theory, from chain reactions of nuclides to safety theory, defense in depth, redundancy built into the system, and where the design basis comes from. We studied Fukushima, Chernobyl, 3 Mile Island, San Onofre, the mistakes that people made to ensure that we don't make them again. Then we were requalified and qualified again. We tried to ensure that when we trained, that we also tested on simulators and then implemented in the field. The last project that Mantal and I actually worked on was the steam generator replacement project. 6 400-ton steam generators that had to be rigged into the containment building. And we bought half a steam generator just for the sake of training. So a half a steam generator, exactly the same spec, exactly the same material, to train individuals to experience that same like tight environment where they had to weld in a radiation zone. But the question is, if we don't have the money that we have in nuclear, how do we protect people from what the Johari window terms the unknown unknowns? And it's actually something that's really as old as humans, as humans, and it's the ability that we have to tell stories. And I want to take you to this picture. This is the Tokolosi. It is a evil small person that comes to kill you at night if you sleep on the ground. And this story did a lot of good work. It helped people to understand that they're not supposed to sleep on the ground. They even raised their bed on a brick. And it's something that we understand nowadays as carbon monoxide poisoning from indoor fireplaces. And then there's another story that I want to tell you about. It's my absolute favorite, and people were asking me, why am I carrying around the Storyman book? It comes from the Storyman book, and I had to translate it for you loosely. It's in very proper Afrikaans, but I'm going to read a bit from it. So this is the story of Van Hinks. Back when Devil's Peak was still called Windberg, and Table Mountain hadn't yet earned its famous cloak of clouds, there lived a man on its slope called Van Hinks. Not a man of standing. His little house had no gable, and he kept rough company, sailors mostly, the kind that respectable Cape burghers wouldn't invite into their homes. Then, one day, Van Hinks disappeared, and years later he came back a changed man, dripping in gold and silver, and some said even his buttons were made of rubies. His own slaves carrying sea chests heavy with plunder, and he made his fortune and his name as a pirate. When his house felt too small for him, he'd climb up to a cave on the side of the mountain, and the Afrikaans translation, they say it's a spelonk. I have no idea how to translate that into English, but he would sit in his spelonk watching the ships through his spyglass, and his slaves in his garden below. One day, a strange thin man in a black suit and top hat joined him, carrying his own long pipe. The two fell into a boasting match over who was the greatest smoker, and they split Van Hinks' tobacco into two great piles to settle this once and for all. As they smoked, they started trading stories, each one darker than the last, tales of murder and ruin. The smoke poured out of the cave or the spelonk and rolled down over the mountain like a living cloak, so thick the birds took shelter and the little steenbok had to lay low. While down in the Cape, people looked up at that beautiful mountain and wondering what on earth is happening up there. Eventually, the stranger couldn't take any more Van Hinks' tales, and he begged him to stop. And as he collapsed, gasping for air, he revealed the truth. Van Hinks, you think you won. Even in victory you lose. Don't you know me? You are one of mine. And I'll spare you the cackle that I do when I do it for my kids. So of course that stranger was the devil. And to this day, those of us who know the story, when the clouds spill over Table Mountain from Devil's Peak side, Cape Townians will say that Van Hinks and the devil is at it again, telling stories. So both of those stories does something simple with something really complex. Gas dynamics and atmospheric convection. Two complex things and invisible things. And both times, someone turned them into a story that ordinary people could understand. Now, the reason why I'm telling you these stories is because we don't really have that in engineering. We don't have folk tales attached to really difficult things to help us understand. Decades of geotechnical information exist in the city. It's hidden, unseen, but effectively invisible to the people who need it, you and I and project managers and engineers before we start a project. The invisible unknowns exactly when we need it in the planning phases. So let me quickly do an insert of who the plan. In the engineering planning unit, our job in short is to sit ahead of project implementation and use our expertise to assist projects before they start digging and putting spades in the ground. So how we do this is we have an amazing team of engineers, and I see their faces around here, and they're really diverse. Electrical, civil, mechanical, geotechnical, structural, IS&T, chemical, and even a mechatronic engineer. Even though all of these people carry the word engineer in their title, don't let that fool you, they are very diverse. If you put the same set of information in front of that group, they look at it from different angles, and in that diversity lies the strength of the unit. So our primary role is to give planning support and technical risk advice before projects start. Because as a project, from initiation and scoping, feasibility, concept to detailed design, and then ultimately going out to contract and construction, progressively things get more expensive if we make changes. And we know that good planning isn't just a gut feel, there's actual science behind it. Like the work that was done by the Construction Industry Institute at the university, basically give us a list of ingredients that we need to consider when we do proper planning. And we've built these things into our processes. So these things we understand. It's clarity of scope at the onset. That's why we do scoping documents. Early identification of risk registers, getting the environmental regulations right, understanding your technical constraints. But the ingredient that we're talking about today is drawing from existing knowledge, and specifically in this instance, geotechnical data, because that is where Below Cape Town comes in. Part of what shaped this project is that the Council for Geoscience published an update to the Geoscience Act in 2022. And in this publication, they indicated that geotechnical data should be available to everyone. So if you have a report, it should become public knowledge at some point. And that is where Zunaid Aref, where's Zunaid? There he is, saw a gap. The gap to tell a story to make it known and visible to people like you and me. Zunaid is a registered engineer with EXA and a principal geotechnical engineer for the city, and he's the brainchild behind Below Cape Town and also the driver behind it. He joined the city in 2020, but before that, he cut his teeth in private consulting, working across mine tailings, hazardous waste, dam engineering, and the kind of work that really, if you get the ground conditions wrong, it's not just costly, it's really a safety risk. He worked on embankment and dam upgrades, retaining wall designs, geotechnical investigations for some of the biggest names in mining, like Harmony Gold, Glencore, and Namdeb. And that was in South Africa, Namibia, and Botswana. So when I say we need engineers who can take buried complex data to make it usable, Zunaid is exactly that. He's got a rare skill for an engineer. He can take complex engineering data and turn it into a story. Please welcome Zunaid. Story of Below means for you in your next project.
That's quite the introduction, and thank you for the story. I really hope that I'm going to be able to share my story with you this afternoon. So thank you, Avery, and let us get into building Cape Town's institutional memory. Now, why this conversation matters in our space? Well, maybe perhaps I'll begin with Jon Snow. And maybe not the GOT heartthrob, but rather a 1800s physician. Jon Snow was faced with a problem back in Soho, London, in the 1800s during the cholera outbreak. Snow, as a result of his investigations, ultimately became one of the first known Western epidemiologists. And ultimately what happened is we had experienced a cholera outbreak, and SNOAD began out the initial sources of where and what caused the result of the cholera impacts. So what he the sources after interviewing and collating information from victims, from family victims, he mapped the sources of where they were extracting the water, and it led to a single pump station, a single water pump in Broad Street in Soho, London. Much to the public's dismay for extracting water, of course, SNOAD had convinced the council to stop the water and block off that pump. And we found that there was a rapid decline they found a rapid decline in the mortality rate as a result of cholera. Now, John Snow's claim to fame at the time was collation of data and interpreting it. I hope that this presentation is going to motivate you to do the same thing with so much knowledge that you may have access to within your own specific department. Now, if we get on to geotechnical engineering, this has always been about solving complex problems beneath the surface with very limited and sparsely positioned data points. Every excavation, foundation, tunnel, retaining wall, or ground improvement project presents unique challenges that require technical expertise, engineering judgment, and practical experience. So I'm not here to just talk about a geotechnical tool or my geological pick, but I'm here to talk about something much bigger, about really harnessing the institutional knowledge that we as project managers have access to. City projects and city investigations have produced information over decades that often remained hidden in project files, in our archives. And ultimately, I'm here to talk about how city officials came together to make use of this knowledge to unlock the benefit for future projects. This project is not just geotechnical optimization, but rather a practical demonstration of what we can do when we collaborate as officials from different departments and treat information as a strategic municipal asset. Now, let me start with perhaps a simple question. Perhaps you know how many investigations in my space, how many geotechnical investigations have been carried out over the last 5 years. Or perhaps we'd think that we would know, surely. And based on that, perhaps we'd know how many boreholes we've been drilling. We are a scarce city, and we are doing much in the marine aquifer recharge space. Or perhaps because we built so many roads, we know how many lab tests we've conducted. But really, we should recognize that these are millions of rands of investment into these investigations that we may have access to. Now, an even more uncomfortable question really is then, have we extracted full value from that investment? Or have many of those reports ticked the checkbox and now sit or disappear into project folders with no further access and no further use? I want to talk to you about the geotechnical investigation process and where it starts and how it links to the initial project beginning, where we have a project that is identified, where funding is allocated and design begins. And then ultimately somebody asks, but what is the ground conditions, right? This triggers a familiar process of procuring an investigation, of drilling boreholes, conducting field work and assessments of the ground, and ultimately producing a geotechnical report that we can make use of to carry out our geotechnical improvements and our design. And in many cases, future projects start from scratch when they conduct the next geotechnical investigation, as opposed to building on information that we already have access to. Now, this is the cycle that we hope to change through this project. Now, if you're not dealing with geotechnical investigations every day, then you may not appreciate how long it can take and how it can delay your process in terms of getting or in terms of initiating a project to where you want to meet service delivery. We have work briefs that are prepared, and hopefully most of you know that most of the geotechnical work briefs now come to the EMB offices to provide assistance within review. We then have work packages that are submitted to our consultants, and then sub-consultants that are then appointed, and then the site investigation begins. And a couple of months later, or depending on whether you interact with clays in your ground, there's a long time of lab analysis and perhaps backlog from the laboratories as well. Only then we have an interpretation of our results, and then we have a report that is provided to our design team to then continue into detailed design. Every day that passes before good information is available affects decisions, affects our budgets and programs. And most project managers understand and schedule this risk, right? The challenge is that geotechnical information often sits right in the front of your program. And if that information is delayed, then everything behind it is delayed. Your design, your procurement, your construction, your handover, and inevitably your completion. Now picture beginning the process already knowing something about the site. Imagine accessing the historical investigations on day one of initiation. Understanding those risks even before appointing your consultants. This, colleagues, is the opportunity that is presented to us. The reality of engineering in practice is a simple truth. The ground really doesn't care about what your budget was or what your program is, and most certainly not what assumptions that you made during your design. The ground ultimately dictates the reality on site. Aspects such as soft soils or presence of groundwater or hard rock, all of these will reveal themselves during construction. Our choice is whether we discover them during planning and cater for them, or we find out during construction. A relatively small investigation can prevent huge cost overruns. A single borehole in the appropriate place can prevent large variation orders. Single geotechnical report that can prevent redesign that needs to take place on site. And historical investigations that you can have access to at initial stages can really prevent months or shave off months from your program. The return on the return on investment from good ground information is often extraordinary. And the challenge is that the value of the information only exists when we actually have access to the information. Variation orders, let's talk about them. Every project manager has experienced them, right? There's additional piling, or there's unexpected rock that was observed on site, or there's groundwater or dewatering that needs to take place that we never accounted for. These costs only typically emerge after procurement. At that point, your leverage has been lost. Options now become limited, the cost increases dramatically, and many of these issues often face safety-related incidents as well. These ultimately could have been anticipated if the ground conditions were understood early enough. Across the world and within South Africa, studies consistently identify similar causes of these cost overruns: poor planning, scope changes, inadequate site information, and unforeseen conditions. The common thread is often uncertainty, and the goal with Below Cape Town is not to eliminate it, but ultimately to reduce that uncertainty and bring the knowledge that we have access to right to the forefront. So let's have a look at some of the examples where some of these causes were realized. One of the popular infrastructure projects in modern history is Boston's Big Dig, an expansive multi-lane underground highway through the heart of downtown Boston which became a global case study in mega project complexity escalating costs. 8 billion to resulting in $14.8 billion. The lesson for us here is simple. Unknown conditions are expensive, and known conditions can really be manageable. This is Nickel Highway, a collapse that took place in Singapore, where the use of an inappropriate soil simulation model overestimated the soil strength and the site, and it underestimated the forces acting on the retaining walls design. This resulted in failure. And the collapse hit a 110-meter section of tunnel that was being constructed at the same time. Four workers lost their lives in this. A tragic reminder that geotechnical risks are not only financial risks, but really there are safety risks, the engineering risks, and public confidence risks as well. The purpose of geotechnical engineering is not merely to save money. It is to make informed decisions that better protect infrastructure and people. Lastly is the Millennium Tower example in San Francisco, a 58-story tower that really is an example of how sophisticated projects can experience problems when interaction between the structure and the ground behaves differently than anticipated. The structure was observed to be sinking from the onset, and after 7 years experienced a 410 millimeter differential settlement. In 2023, they measured already 760 millimeters. The model is no structure is better than its foundation, and no foundation than the information used to design it. What about Cape Town? We know of failures, we know of cost overruns and variation orders, some attributed to inadequate, some we hear on the news, and some we get called into the office for. To generalize a few perhaps, I could discuss certain piles that were redesigned based on findings that were not observed during the investigation. This obviously results in financial impact. We have also experienced foundation design changes based on variable conditions experienced during construction. Redesign results in delays and impacts on the time of completion of your project. And lastly, we can also discuss microtunneling, where projects are, certain materials encountered were not even observed in our investigations. So relying just on your single investigation of your site is not always going to assist or prevent those variations. But when we can start to collaborate and collate that information and look at other investigations around our project, this is where things get interesting. If we focus on our departments as roads and stormwater, housing, transport, urban mobility and energy, each sector ultimately relies on the ground, yes? Yet historically, these projects often operate independently, and one would argue as they should. So let's sketch it out in our minds, the silo problem that I think we face. Imagine a geotechnical report completed for a roads project, and in that same corridor, 5 years later, stormwater comes through and investigates, carries out a similar investigation, perhaps to different depths. A couple years later, we have energy coming through the same corridor and carrying out a similar investigation on the same corridor. The geology of that space hasn't changed. The risks are largely the same, and yet the information may not have been shared between the departments. This isn't because people were unwilling to do the sharing, but a major factor is because there's no simple central mechanism for sharing. That is precisely the problem that we want to address. It's not about blaming or identifying specific people that have, or departments that have the issue. But really it's about recognizing that we have an opportunity to join hands as departments. that how many investigations across the city have partially overlapped over how many different departments have drilled boreholes and profiled certain locations in very similar spaces. How many reports contain information that could assist your future project? Below Cape Town allows us to answer some of those questions. Imagine if every project started ahead rather than starting over. Imagine if knowledge accumulated instead of being recreated with every single project. That every investigation strengthened every future investigation. That's the philosophy that birthed the Below Cape Town project, and that's what we hope to achieve. Now, welcome to the GIS tool that we hope all of you really will engage. It's a centralized repository integrated into CityMap Viewer, designed to preserve and utilize geotech information, not as an archive, but really as a decision. Below Cape Town incorporates a database directly within a platform many of you already use, right? As we believe that information should be available where decisions are made and to those that are running the numbers on the ground. The most important message of today is access it, use it early, before scopes are prepared, before budgets are finalized, before investigations are commissioned. Use it when decisions have the greatest influence. And don't stop once you've issued your works brief or the investigation is now complete. Compare the findings with surrounding geotechnical reports. Correlate the information. Validate the assumptions. Build confidence that the designs that you are putting forward are actually robust and sustainable. Learn from the historical observations around you. Information stored in archives is really institutional knowledge, but the information used in the decision-making process, this is practical knowledge. And okay, its purpose is to turn information into action. Now, traditionally, we have asked, what do we know? Now, today we should be able to ask a better question. What don't we know yet? Right? That's a much more focused, valuable conversation to have. This stimulates us to review our existing information and channels funds into the right spaces. Hopefully this motivates you to share your data between departments to help solve complex problems. Ultimately, this initiative is about stewardship, and many of us here think that this as an amana or a trust, that since public funds paid for this, paid for these investigations, public funds paid for these reports, public funds paid for this knowledge, we should be able to reuse it. We should be able to increase our return on investment. The database supports evidence-based planning, evidence-based design, and risk management. Better information doesn't guarantee perfect decisions, and this is not what we expect, but quality information consistently supports better decision making. Every report that you produce from today has a choice. It can sit in your project folder, or it can continue creating value for future projects. I know which provides better value to the city. This is where every project manager becomes important. This is where you, as the city, in the city. When your investigation is complete, send us your reports. Send us your ball information. Send us your lab analyses. One report benefits one project. But when we start to collate those and bring them together, we start to be able to build a picture. We start to be able to see below Cape Town. The value of the database increases every time someone contributes. This is about governance, about accountability, about knowledge management, and most certainly collaboration. Ultimately, better delivery. Below Cape Town is that vehicle in the geotech investigation space. The success belongs to city individuals together across departments who I've nagged and engaged and had many meetings about, and recognize that the reports could add value to others. We are then empowered to make informed decisions and to work smarter and manage risk. This builds a legacy of resilient infrastructure. I'll leave you with one final thought, that we are not collecting reports here. We are building Cape Town's engineering memory. One borehole, one lab result, one report at a time. Together they form a knowledge base that will outlast individual projects, consultants, and even careers. Thank you. Do I have any questions? Hey,
Are there any plans for developing it so that it can model predictive ground conditions for us in the future?
in terms of future planning, I think the first step is to take those profiles and build a model, a DTM model, right? Something that we can access to. So if we're talking making use of AI, making use of actually getting a system in place into actually triggering reports coming into our space as soon as they're completed. And once we have those and sufficient spaces, yes, definitely we need to look at building a model so that we can interpolate in spaces that we don't have existing investigations. It's a whole PhD, I would assume, actually, to do that, simply because you can then correlate your interpolations and your with your actual data, which would be fantastic. Yeah, we're getting there. Last one.
So you mentioned a lot of data is being captured. Any indication of how much, like how many reports, how much data sets have you already incorporated into the model?
I think we're on 879. Yeah. These include consulting reports that were shared with us, but also city projects from the early 2000s, as when we find access to as-built records and so on. So in fact, when you go onto City Map Viewer and you select the geotechnical report tool, you'll be able to see all the data that we have access to. Okay, thank you. It's 13:02, so I don't want to take too much time of your lunch.
Thank you, Icon. Thank you, Zunaid. I think because everything was rushed due to time and we wanted to make sure that we get to lunch on time, I think the chairpersons of the C3PM PMO working group can invite you so that you can elaborate more should they have more questions. I believe the same should go to the contract management working group. I was informed that there's no EMO, engineers are always on site, so they will see where they fit. Ladies and gentlemen, we've reached our lunchtime, and then so now it's time to go to the banqueting hall where lunch will be served, and then the networking will take place there. Don't forget, there will be a quiz. Apparently, it's around 13:45. There is a physical prize to be won this time, not the virtual one. And then we shall return here at 1400 hours for the awards and maturity recognition. And then we will take it from there when we get closing remarks from our director. Thank you very much. We shall reconvene at 2 o'clock.